Good morning, dear participants. We are happy to welcome you to the second day of Central Asia Fintech Summit 2025. Good morning, dear participants. We are really happy to welcome you at Central Asia Fintech Summit, the second day of our forum. Welcome. Yesterday, we had many fruitful discussions and lively exchange of ideas and insights of technical companies and banks and regulators. Today, we continue our dialogue and we will concentrate on the new format of innovation and payments, as well as the tools that form sustainable economies of the region. We will have no less fruitful day full with different talks and cases that give the impetus and the necessary direction for the development of the industry. I'd like to thank every one of those present in this hall and those who watch us online. Welcome again, and let's get started. Before we proceed to our discussions, we would like you to dive into the environment of this forum and take a look at what we have gathered here for. The Central Asia FinTech Summit is not just the platform for discussion, but also the place where new ideas, insights emerge. Financial services become drivers of the region, and Central Asia takes an important place in the map of global innovations. This is the result of joint efforts, professionalism, and aspiration to move on. Now we would like to show you Central Asia, the new stage for finance. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we get our event started. Now we will share many useful practices with you, and our speakers will also share their insights. We will discuss today one of the most important topics for the whole ecosystem, the evolution of anti-fraud systems. Anti-fraud systems will provide for the insurance security, and we will start the first panel session. And now we would like to invite our moderator and speaker of the first panel session. And now, moderator Evgeny Pitolin, co-chairman of the Kaztech Alliance Information Security Committee. Now we would like to invite our moderator to the stage. To your thunderous applause, Asim Kanatovna Madyarova, Deputy Director of the Department of Payment Systems of Digital Finance Technologies of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Ryabov Alexander Sergeyevich, Director of the Fraud Department for Monitoring and Prevention of Fraud, Buruki Bank. Anis Ahmed, Anti-Fraud and Corporate Compliance Specialist in the UAE. Dilmasheva Aliya Aibalatovna, Director of the Anti-Fraud Department of Forty Bank. Lichmanov Ivan Alexandrovich, the General Director of Why Happened. We would like to invite the moderator and the panelists to this stage. Thank you very much, dear friends, dear colleagues. Good morning, dear friends. And now I would like to ask you to start with more enthusiastic physical exercise. Our colleagues are with us now. From your heart, let's have a round of thunderous applause to our panelists. This is not a mere chance that you hear all today. Our presenters already did a great job. They introduced our panelists, and you know all those people. And I'd like to start with the foreign agenda, with the speaker who is less famous to you, but in his region, even globally, so to say, our colleague Is Ahmed is very known as a person who is dealing with anti-fraud as well as providing compliance. And today, the logic of our session is as follows. We start our talk with the international agenda.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вот
Anis, could you please tell us to what extent the most alarming trends you can see in the world, what may seem as the most terrible, as the most important, which pursues a decline of the banks in terms of the fraud, and what role plays generative AI in this respect? Please, could you answer this question?
translation, I hope.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for NPK to organize such an important event. What is fascinating about Kazakhstan and NPK is they give importance to fraud. Unlike many other countries where I have seen first they build the systems, first they build the technologies, and when things go wrong is when they think about fraud. NPK is doing the other way around, which is fantastic. So I'll answer the second question first and then come back to the second one later. So what's the generative AI doing to fraud? So fraud has been there for centuries. AI has been there for decades now. Now the fusion of fraud and AI is creating devastating effect. Um, so let's say you have a banking product, you're trying to sell a banking product. What is that you need to make that successful? You need the insights about the customers, who they are, what they need, how is their behavior, the financial information. Now, with AI, what is happening is fraudsters are able to harvest this data from dark web through social engineering, through the social media platform where we give away a lot of information. Then they use the AI generated tool to combine all that and customize or hyper customize their targets and their victims. To give an example, um, there is a company called Arup, which is a UK-based company, very popular for building Sydney's, the Sydney's Opera House and Shanghai's Bird's Nest Stadium. So their Hong Kong office financial controller receives an email asking for transfer of some funds. And he was told that this transaction is confidential, so it should not be publicly be available till we acquire a company, and that's the purpose of the funds transfer. Now, who does he receive the email from? From the chief financial officer of Arup Group in London. So he's little hesitant, he gets suspicious. He he responds to the email requesting for a video call to confirm the validity. So a video call happens, and the video call is attended by the chief business officer, the chief financial controller, uh, and many other senior management members from merger and acquisition teams. Convinced that it's an authentic transaction, he transfers about $26 million to an account in another country, only to realize that it's a fraud. So what fraudsters have done is it's a scheme called business email compromise, where they have hyper-personated from the available information on the internet, and then they use deepfake technologies to do face swapping and voice swapping. And the video call was live, where he could see the CFO giving him instructions to transfer the money. It turned out to be fake. So this is just one incident. There are hundreds of incidents like this that are happening today. So what AI is doing is it's supercharging frauds. It's turbocharging frauds, right? AI, along with the combination of machine learning, is able to conduct without any human intervention, large scale attacks, large scale DDoS attacks, and different other fraud attacks, mainly through social engineering, business email compromises, and the information that we publicly give on social media, plus the information which is available on the dark web. Another incident, a woman in Australia receives a call from an unknown number. She answers the call to find out that it's her son, who called her and said, "Hey, I met with an accident, and I need some money, and I don't have my phone now because in the accident I lost the phone and the wallet, and it's not a major accident, so don't need to worry about it. Just send me some money." The mother, obviously, she panicked that the son is not in a good state. She transfers the money. Then she realizes that it was a stage fraud. The voice of the kids that we post through as videos on social media platforms have been used to do a voice swap. And these are the frauds that you're going to see in future. Voice swap frauds, deepfake frauds, where somebody who's known to you is going to call you, and you will think they are the real people, but they're not. So these are the challenges that have emerged from generative AI.
Let me summarize shortly for our guests who don't have translator. Maybe, ну, большинство, наверное, вы, коллеги,
I think, Alex, most of you have understood this story. The AI is a supercharger, a super pill, like a silver bullet for fraudulents, who, on the one hand, get all possible information about the user, like use this like a vacuum cleaner of all what you have in social media about the user, and then use the tools to create the AI fakes in terms of like CFOs and other colleagues from the senior board, and then the fraudulence with the use of remote calls with Zoom and other tools, fake some payment initiatives and withdraw money from the company.
more.
Let's think about challenges.
Let's speak more about challenges, especially about challenges in UAE as a global financial hub. ОАЭ все-таки это глобальный финансовый хаб, он
You represent the global finance hub that absorbs a great number of initiatives. What are the challenges Emirates face that we don't have here in Central Asia and will appear soon?
UAE now.
So people largely believe globally that UAE has a lot of money. I'm not saying they don't, but that has become a target as well. So what's happening is there are a lot of investment scams, crypto scams, pig butchering scams, romance, a mix of romance and pig butchering scams that are happening there. And today frauds have become industrialized. There are industrial complexes run in many countries, including Myanmar, including Cambodia, including India, including Israel, including Georgia, where people have call centers with hundreds and thousands of employees, excepting Israel, India, and Georgia. The scam centers in Myanmar and Cambodia, they human traffic the call center agents to target and victimize customers on financial fraud. So many of the UAE customers have received calls as investments, authentic investment. They have an authentic platform, a mobile app which is working as good as any of the branded trading apps, and people invest money. They initially pay back the returns, convince people that you're receiving good returns, they invest more, and eventually to find out that it's a fraud.
Да, ну вот то, про что говорит Анис, мне кажется,
What Anis is talking about, I think the same thing we faced in our practice. Fraud as a tool, as an institution, it has been industrialized. It has become the most boutique, so to say, the most automated. There are many call centers that work not only in the neighboring states, but also in Southeast Asia. For example, Nis mentioned India, Myanmar, Israel, and others, and those call centers have a huge number of people, hundreds, thousands of people with KPIs, so to say, with the sales plans and all other things, and all those call centers attack us. And people of Emirates were not ready for that. There is digitalization on one hand, and on the other hand, the ultimate trust to the calls, and it has become a problem.
Давайте чуть-чуть завершая этот.
Now, wrapping up this portion about the future, we also have such a topic of what is beyond horizons, what is in the future, and what do you think, Asim? Question to you. What do you think, to what extent the life will change based on what we are talking about, the role of specialists in anti-fraud in 5 years? What will happen? What will be needed? What the person should be in order to overcome those challenges? Thank you very much for the question. I'd like to welcome all our colleagues uh, at our session. I'd like to thank public and commercial entities. I'd like to congratulate you on our beloved holiday, the day of the national currency that will be celebrated tomorrow. Coming back to your question, it's pretty interesting. I think in 5 years, the anti-fraud specialist will be a person, will be like a jack of all trades, so to say, which will perform the strategic objectives. I think that's gonna be a person that possess as well the IT functions, the IT specialist who will have to analyze the information which is being delivered to him, including the artificial intelligence. He must be kind of a psychologist because he will have to establish contacts with people who are under the influence of the fraudulence, because we need to understand if the person is under the influence of the scammers, because currently this person is being led by someone on the one hand, on the other hand he's a psychologist, and on the other hand I believe he must be a kind of a lawyer, because a person who works with fraudulent operations, he must know well that he has access to personal data. He has access to transactions, to banking secrecy, to some private information. And private life of a person. So I think that the anti-fraud specialist is a super specialist, is a strategist, is a psychologist, and a legal person all in one. Well, you just described us the deputy chairman of the bank. Well, typical president of the bank. Well, colleagues, I'd like to congratulate all of you that you will be the deputy chairman in future, according to the predictions of ASEM. Okay.
See the future of anti-fraud specialist, considering everything we are discussing now, like in 5 years, what would he or she be?
I believe fraud is evolving, as we all know. It's getting more technological now rather than being a monotonous job like how it used to be. Um, fraud Anti-fraud officers need to familiarize with the upcoming technologies, mainly in cybersecurity side, artificial intelligence side, and the other upcoming technologies like cryptography. They don't have to be technical specialists. I repeat, they don't have to understand the technical aspects of it. They need to understand the conceptual aspect of it, how to context them, how to understand and link them, rather than understanding how to code, right? And like Assam pointed, there are a lot of legalities around handling the fraud investigation or fraud in such. So you need to have the overall understanding of how the framework works rather than how the legal codes or points work. That is very important.
Thank you. No, what
Thank you very much. Anis also highlighted that what is really important is the diversity of an expertise of such a person, and beyond the technological development. It's really important to know the investigation function. For micromimics, we have a number of those investigators who investigate such cases, and there must be an excellent anti-fraud expert who must be a very well-educated investigator. Now let's move on. We have talked about the global practice, and now let's concentrate on our country. Asim has you have a question. So the year is coming to its end, and this year was the year of the anti-fraud center in terms of the national bank's agenda, in terms of interacting of security department with other people. So could you tell me the key achievement of the anti-fraud center is the first one, and the second one, based on its activity, how do you evaluate the efficiency of interdepartmental cooperation, probably of different prosecution authorities, police authorities, and other? To what extent you managed to create this center as an internal Interpol, so to say, of your company? Thank you very much. That's an interesting question. Well, creating an anti-fraud center, indeed, is one of the priority area of the National Bank. We attach a huge importance to this area, and the efficiency of the anti-fraud center over this year of 1.5 years has been laid in the fact that we managed, together with the anti-fraud participant, I mean the financial market and the law and order authorities, we managed to create, so to say, the single platform in Kazakhstan, where on the one hand the financial sector is located, and on the other hand the law and order authorities, where they work and interact with each other in an online mode. I think that's a huge, enormous achievement of our center, because thanks to this collaboration, thanks to the fact that we managed to merge two units in one platform, we managed to allow for the interaction of two authorities. It allowed us to respond to incidents faster, to allow for a quicker interaction of the banks with the police department. And thanks to this platform, we managed to block more than 3 billion KZT, and we managed to save this money. This money will be returned to the people. I believe that this is the hugest achievement today. When it comes to interdepartmental interaction, I evaluate it very high. I believe that anti-fraud center allowed public law enforcement entities, as well as the financial monitoring and general prosecution authorities, as well as other representatives of the public authorities, to respond to incidents faster, to understand the status of incidents faster, to investigate faster, and because the online mode, the proactive actions are really helpful to detect the fraud, to prevent the fraud as well. Thank you, Alexander. Aliyah, let's go down to the practice itself from the top to the bottom. Alexander said in outside the hall, I will be criticizing you today. He told me like that, but not so much. Okay, colleagues, tell me please, how the initiatives of the regulators reshaped your everyday work. Is it now easier for you to, so to say, kill the criminals, to block the marginal transactions? Are there any challenges in integration with the regulators? Um, okay, Alexander, I see, judging by your face, I see that bytes of data entered inside your brain. Okay, please. Well, colleague, thank you very much for inviting me here. I would like to wish you a happy National Currency Day. I'd like to congratulate all financiers because you are at the upfront of people's money security. What I'd like to start with is that the year 2025, like 2024, was a remarkable one from the perspective of creating an anti-fraud center in Kazakhstan. This platform was the connection point of all banks, of the financial investigation department, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the police, and we had some meetings with Berik Balkonov and others, where all important amendments were adopted, which allowed us to create this anti-fraud center as such. I'd like to thank the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan for this opportunity, as well as NPCK for establishing all that. Like many all new things, I'd like to highlight the issues that are raised over this period of time. We also faced some technological solutions. The solutions were implemented and they had to be followed by some regulations, bylaws, and other things. Somewhat we had challenges with technical staff. We had some manual operations, checking the lists that were gathered in the anti-fraud center. There used to be some data quality issues. There were some data redundancy when two actors from the bank and from the police deal with the same incident. All this gave birth to extra costs, and these costs implied some grave footprint, so to say, and we didn't like it. It's all clear that the system was established. It took some time to develop it, and we contributed the development, saying that we need to change this, change that, you need to improve this, improve that. And colleagues from the NPCK heard us well, and they contributed these challenges, these changes, and it allowed us to create a tool that can be called trampoline for the new detection of fraud in Kazakhstan. I would call it this way. And besides that, I would also like to add that this kind of trampoline allowed us to do the following thing. The purpose of this anti-fraud center was that the fraud appeared and one had to turn towards the protection of our clients and develop the anti-fraud system in the banks. As such, it used to be in the far 2019-2020 onward, people aspired to that. But most importantly, the biggest evil was when we faced some droppers. We didn't understand what this money is. We didn't understand that there is some suspicious transaction from one bank to the other, some data migrate, some transactions take place, and we didn't know how to deal with that. We have no solution about it. We realized that we need to bring all our efforts together to see the whole picture, to get the database to have some puzzles of the mosaic into one picture, just not to prevent one transaction somewhere in your anti-fraud system, but to see the total scheme as such and to combat it. Well, besides that, all of you know that this year a law was adopted concerning the droppers and their responsibility and liability, which gave another impetus for us to have a chance to eradicate this evil and to finish it one and for all. We had an extra responsibility of training students, school children, and others that were susceptible to the droppers attacks. So our purpose now is to educate them better in this field. We will be talking about that more in details later on. These tools are available, and NPCK and other entities help us with that. So we have a huge chance to prevent fraud as such, and everything is on our hands. Everything is in our capabilities. I wish this center to develop and the new actors to come into play, and I wish we have a lively and efficient tool for that. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Alexander, you are a cheater because you promised us to blame people, but now you are saying something good about them. You are like person who is in the restaurant and the waiters cheated you, but you only give good things. You are proud of the waiter instead of blaming and scolding it. Okay, thank you very much. Alias speaking. Thank you very much for inviting me to this summit. I'd like to congratulate you on the day of the national currency. Yevgeny, thank you very much for this question indeed. Well, I support Alexander indeed because the Anti-Fraud Center helped banks to bring their efforts together, not only to the banks, but all other public entities and authorities that are engaged in this work. I believe that anti-fraud is one of the areas where banks are not competitors to each other. This is the sphere where we need to bring all our efforts together because we have one entry point and one output. We are united in this regard. Thanks to this anti-fraud center, like it was already told by Alexander, to track the operations, to understand where the money comes and where the money goes, to detect droppers, to block these droppers, and if we realize that there is a certain transaction with the high fraudulent threat, we have a chance to suspend these operations in our bank. Unlike the past, everything was in the control of our bank, but this anti-fraud center expanded our worldview, and this is the core advantage. These 3 billion KZT, as Imkanatova mentioned, is the money of our citizens, is the money of our public, and the fact that we saved them is a great achievement, and if we return this money to our citizens, it means that our work is not in vain. Yes, it's like in subjunctive mood. Yeah. So the listeners were confused a little bit. Okay, and if we return them, that was the key phrase, if we return it. Why? Because the amendments were adopted just recently, and as a matter of fact, this process has just been started, has just been initiated, especially when it comes to challenges. The challenge is how to return the money. Not all processes are aligned well. Yeah, we started the blocking from last year, but there was no mechanism of return. It was not transparent, it was vague, it was unclear, and it started with the place where the agreements with the clients initiated, and it was just a matter of time. It was the key challenge we were living within the year in such um, unclear state. Mechanisms has just emerged, and now we put everything on the right track, and we synchronize the clock with our clients, and now we check how many clients return, what clients receive their money back, and then now we are just in the inception phase. We know that the money is blocked and you need to return it, and when it comes to challenges and the spoon of like a fly in the honey, it starts with just in the onset of the development, and the key challenge that we faced is the quality of data, the single standards, as well as some other public checks, supervision mechanisms, verification, and everything gave birth to chaos, like redundancy of operations, doubling of incidents, and so on and so forth. And everything resulted to the fact that we spent too much, too many resources to get it all right. And we can see that there is an ongoing operation from the anti-fraud center. The anti-fraud center is listening to all our suggestions to improve that, and is constantly work to improve the quality of the data as such. Okay, let's not move so far from you, and another question to you, and the same question to Alexander. Because you are always there in the discussion, and this kind of AI is coming and going in our talks. So is there a case that you can share with us where the AI introduction is there, maybe in scoring or in some other operation that would prevent the bad transactions, maybe in the accounts or maybe somewhere else? Is there a real life case of introducing AI inside that would really help you? Thank you, Evgeny. I'd like to share one case with you which we faced this year. That's not a secret for you that in many banks the anti-fraud systems are designed based on the scenarios, and the fraud is evolving and evolving, and the schemes are getting more and more sophisticated. In some cases, the scenarios, the potential ends up with that. This year we faced one of the case, a pretty interesting one, that we had to detect the fraudulent operations of a very specialized nature, and we realized that our scenarios are not longer effective and our employees work in vain. We gathered so many statistical details and based the machine learning model on it. Well, once we launched our email model, I cannot tell you more about this case. It will take time, but it's very confidential information as well. And once we use the big data ML model, the share of detection of fraudulent operations in this narrow segment of suspicious cases increased 4 times. And at the same time, the false positive case decreased dramatically. So the fraudulents are watching us and saying, okay, well, that's a challenge for us. Okay, that's an interesting case, even with the no details. I believe that our next event in 1 year can be followed by a prize for the best percent of the detection or the prize for the best return of funds. Okay, Alexander, what's in there? What about your AI? Oh, yeah. What about the artificial intelligence as such? Well, the artificial intelligence is a very interesting thing. All people start using artificial intelligence in their work. We, as the banks, we are also in the upfront or at the origins of all those phases where we introduce all our models. If you want to say that using such models you detected an interesting case, I cannot definitely tell you this way. Oh, well, Alia highlighted it well. It's in her case that our models are more resources use driven. We use these models to improve our internal processes, the first thing. And the second thing, it allows us to concentrate our resources on more clear sign of fraud for specific segments of the client. That's the second thing. And I also believe that by enabling those models somewhere in the pre-industrial operation, we believe that we will heavily use our resources on the one hand, and we can also see clearly that we will become more efficient, more effective. And I would also like to add to what has been said that AI is coming into play only this year in a full development, but its development started back from 1930s somewhere. But as of today, the AI is perceived very carefully by all people. People distrust it. I think this is the matter of risks that may entail afterwards. We need to understand that every model, including AI, is or must be predictable because you're working with the personal data, you're working with the client's data, and we really want that everything is running smoothly, and because it may go beyond the scenario, out of box, like we need to understand that we are all controlling all that, and that will help a better result. Or probably you need to release the situation and to see what will happen. When Aliyah was talking about the fact that the scenarios ran out and those scenarios became very narrow, we need some other script writers, producers, and other people in this crew to improve the scenario, because over the past 5 years we have seen that the fraudulents turned out to be well prepared, well motivated, they have good tools, they know how to use that. And besides all that, I'm a humanitarian by background. In my work, I used call center for sales, for marketing, and other objectives. The quality call center requires huge sums of money, burning out, fading of people, and other issues. But call centers in fraudulence work are excellent, or like 100 and in 100. Why fraudulence call centers works better than our central bank call center? So in this context, let's check, let's look up in the future, and we have some technological breakthrough, and technological breakthroughs followed by the ethical dilemma. And now I'd like to ask a question to Ivan Lichman. What happened? I really love this brand. It gives a lot of different places for different mottos. I like the name of your company. Why happened? So your company sees the system of tens of banks from inside, from 5 or 10 years in perspective. What technology in anti-fraud can become the game changer in the coming years, and why? Colleagues, hello everyone. Well, thank you very much. Well, yeah, sure. Well, colleagues, I would like to answer your question pretty simply, like artificial intelligence, and let's go home. That's it. Artificial intelligence and full stop. No, this is not this way. He will give us a certain benefit, but will never become a game changer. Let's reflect a little bit on this topic. What's the purpose of the anti-fraud? Is to make the scenario as most expensive and most difficult to cheat for the fraudulence that they will never like to do that. A scammer can find the personal data of the users and prepare the fraudulent case on purposely. If a fraudulent can convince a person to make payment, and when the bank stops and when the bank calls you, a person confirms it. If a fraudulent can easily withdraw money and cash money and send it to other jurisdiction, a scammer has all the tools to allow for the stream of money. That is the reason why the scammer scheme is a long chain where different participants of the market, different technologies, different processes, and even psychology are involved. That's why finding one universal tool, one for all, that will become a silver bullet and solve all the issues will not be possible, because the scamming is a complex of diverse models. The market participants, the government, and the citizens understand. This is what they need to take care of to prevent this evil. And I would like to highlight one more thing. This tool is related to the fact that if we are able to ensure this cross-industrial interaction where the banks, where the payment services, and where the marketplaces and the ecosystems and telecoms and the public services are involved, if all people unite, if all the parties and actors unite their data, if the data is shared, then if you have tools to deal with this data, and this data will be the decision driven, then the anti-fraud will work, because the anti-fraud is the analysis of and decision making, but the anti-fraud requires data, and this data can change the efficiency of work of different authorities, departments, thanks to bringing all efforts together, which is not simple. It's not a simple task. It's very challenging because different technologies must also be regulated differently. And if such a result appears, then I think that's going to be a great victory. Ivan, I can't help but asking you, and the holder of this instrument, who's going to be the holder, the state or the public or industrial associations or the business? I think the business will not be able to solve this problem independently. I think some industrial organizations on the level of the country or public authority are required, of which responsibility is to prevent fraud. And I think that they need to regulate and to incentivize and regulate this process. Um, well, guys, I think that the most important thing is to understand that some people want to blame state instead of telling good things about it. But when we have an issue, we realize that the government is the key player in the development of all the initiatives, so at least in our region. Okay, Ivan, the question is like that. Colleagues were talking about the decrease of false positive cases, and the fact that that's a huge pain not only for the industrialization of fraud, and if we consider the primary issues of the security of fraud intelligence, TI, and others, there are many false positive cases, and a false positive case is very important. So what about your solutions, how you deal with that? Is there something that is considered the silver bullet in your pocket? Well, all people wanted to have the green button and silver bullet. As a matter of fact, the measurement of the efficiency of the anti-fraud system as such, not as a technical solution, but as the process for people, is related to many indicators. But I'd like to highlight two main ones. The first is the precision of the fraud detection, which is considered as the number of transactions that we stopped and turned out to be the real fraudulent cases. This false positive provides for a back value as compared to the precision. And the second indication is the completeness of the fraud, which is considered as the number of frauds we stopped and the number of frauds that happened. And providing the best relation in between is very simple. For example, we block all the transactions of the bank. The bank operates, but there's no operations, no fraud, no problem. But the art is to find the balance between these two indicators, the balance that will allow not only business to work and to business to work and to prevent frauds. I would like to allocate in here the three tools that would allow to increase the anti-fraud efficiency, and one of the mechanisms to decrease of false positive. First, I think that's the matter of the availability of data. The more data we have, the better will be detected the fraud or non-fraud operations, and we have a lesser impact on the client, and we will make the transactions more transparent. Earlier, when the anti-fraud was emerging, anti-fraud was working at the level of one chain, and only quality operations were analyzed. And then anti-fraud became cross-channel. We started analyzing data from the banking customer care, from carrying individuals, carrying business and other operations, so that the decisions in one channel would be taken by the decision of other channels. And after that, banks started gathering other details from the user devices, and the banks realized that there can be a risky event on the user device. Then public services, anti-fraud center, and other cases of exchange appeared. And the most important thing in here, which will allow to increase the anti-fraud mechanisms, is the data, the tool which allow you to deal with this data. And another important thing in here is that the anti-fraud is like a cybersecurity is a pretty fast developing tool which will allow you to tackle with all this. But banks are a very technological company where everything is changing very fast. New payment services, new tools appear, and the anti-fraud system should respond to these changes pretty efficiently. If we take something, if we configure it from scratch, we need to monitor efficiency. We need to tune something, we need to do the retro tests, and so on and so forth. There was one client that introduced the anti-fraud system, everything worked well, but in a certain period of time, very dramatically, the efficiency dropped down twice. It turned out that the bank changed the customer care service and forgot to tell the anti-fraud department about it, and the anti-fraud department didn't know about it, and the dramatic change of the efficiency happened. Once the colleagues got all that right, tuned everything, and the efficiency returned back to its original state, it turned out that the anti-fraud is an ongoing process that must be monitored all the time. And the third factor I'd like to highlight is the capability to detect fraud or non-fraud operations by analyzing the context or by developing some complicated structures in the analysis. Okay, what happens if a client makes a transaction? It can be super abnormal. For example, he makes a huge purchase in an online shop at 2 a.m. very late night. It can be considered as a suspicious transaction. But if we realize that this client bought air tickets for the wedding party, or he wants to buy something and he's talking to a person who is abroad and he's buying this gift to the location where he wants it to be, not to his home. But we need to understand if this transaction is abnormal or not. It can be a normal transaction, but the logics of the decision making by the client is okay. But the scammers have different logics. The scammers' logics is to withdraw money and cash them and disappear as quick as possible. And this in-depth analysis allows us to decrease the false positive cases. And we were talking about all this case. Lady Chavez song was played like fraud for me or not fraud for me. Okay, well, Ivan told a very good remark. A very good transition to the question I wanted to ask. Okay, where is the limit? Where is the red line where the anti-scamming turns into a big brother, into the so surveillance or just control? Why did you buy something at 2 a.m.? Why did you do that like a bad policeman? Okay, where's this limit? Where you can find this limit? I think that the most important question was asked. Okay, indeed, where is this subtle limit where a person should trust the system, trust the bank, or the bank trust to a human? Yeah, a bank trust to a human. I believe that colleagues would also comment on that, but I think the client should realize that the bank has some open, transparent standards to protect the client. Well, the bank does not follow the client. The bank does not pursue the client, does not check the amount of the transaction, but the bank should respond to abnormal operations. And this is what must be communicated to the client, for the client to feel protected, for the client not to feel pursued, but the client is protected. And these standards, thanks to this interaction between the banks, between the bank and the client, and vice versa, this is to be communicated. But the most important thing is not to lose the trust of the client. As Sema is, you sound like we ask the client, the bank, just to understand us and not to blame us. Okay, Reagan said the scariest words a human can utter is that I came from the government to help you, because this is from this idea, because the bank may seem not to pursue me, but the bank is pursuing me for the sake of my security. It happens like that. So the bank has some open, transparent standards, and just to protect you. The bank pursues you not to dive into your private life, but to protect you, because the client should have the right of to the personal life, and at the same time he needs to know that he's protected. The last bad joke about this is that when you visit the doctor, you undress completely, and then the doctor says, okay, there is nothing that may surprise me because I'm a doctor, you can undress, and it's okay. But maybe Alexander, where is this limit in which you cannot pass? Again, that's a good question. I don't know what to start with. Yeah, this is my specialty, to ask the questions like that. Well, I'll tell you the way it all works. What anti-fraud system is? The anti-fraud system is the analysis of the big data, the transactional and non-transactional data. The banks, in this case, they obtain both information on the consent of the client itself. Um, and they operate with the data that the client entrusted him to deal with this. And if you talk about the follow-up, or about pursuing a client, or about following him, it all happens by the consent of the client and regulated by the government. If you talk about the transaction and non-transactional characteristics, like the colleague told you about the case when we check what is happening in a client's mobile app, we can see everything only by the consent of the client, of the and the user of the mobile app. We give him a certain trigger we want to follow, from the perspective of the scam side. We give him a certain choice if you accept it or not, explaining that all is done for the sake of your safety. We are profiling you. We are profiling your transaction, non-transaction activity to help you. It enables us with the opportunity to take the good, well-based decision. We haven't organized the pursuing of the client. We are not following the clients. We are helping them. And because we're working in the regulatory environment, these scammers work in a different way. And there is a follow up from their side. All your social media, all your publicly available information, they will scam you easily. Please be careful. Don't upload unnecessary information to the media. Everything will be read. Everything will be used to your damage. Thank you, Alexander. Anis, the same question to you. Where is the limit between the pursuing discrimination and client's protection?
Protection and getting into privacy.
I'm not a banker anymore, but I'll give you more honest answer to this. So, gone are the days when we believe that good, in risk we have this concept: good customers pays for the bad customers, right? So, what is the fraud percentage of any bank? Fraud BPS, basic points, what we call it as. It's 4% or 3%. So, what we do is to mitigate fraud for 5% of the customers, we create friction for the rest 95. So good customers, they get the friction. They get calls on, they get information. They have to act, respond to that. I think with the available technologies today, that can be minimized drastically. To give you an example, we are in the real-time payment space. Two countries in the world, Brazil and India. India does about 600 million transactions a day, and Brazil does about 250 million transactions a day, right? So by the time I raise my hand, put it back, 12,000 transactions have gone by in India and Brazil together. How are you going to evaluate them? How are you going to reach out to the customers if we have false positives? I think with the machine learning and the combination of AI and the combination of other tools that are available, it's easily possible to minimize the false positive, in a way, reduce friction in the process. So going forward, I think identity plays an important role. If banks understand identity and resolve that holistically, you will resolve the problem of friction to large extent.
Thank you. Thank you, Anis. Ну, краткое содержание.
Just a small summary. I really love this test that if the car is following you, this is not the surveillance. If the machine is watching you, but not the man. And until we give the major rank to the artificial intelligence, nothing will happen. But okay, you can relax, Aliyah. Well, thank you. You have a very good question. Well, as I see it, the situation looks as follows. We are looking for anomalies. We are looking for abnormal behavior. And that's so difficult for me to say that it is like 100% follow. All of them are impersonalized. There is a huge amount of data, and our purpose is not to find a specific person and analyze him or her, but our purpose is to find some irregularities, and then we need to do the point-wise detailed analysis. And like Asim Kanatovna mentioned, it's really important to explain the client, to communicate with him, explaining that our actions are aimed at protecting his own funds, but not to arrange like 100% persecution of the client. So our data are impersonalized, and no one sets the goal to find a criminal, to blame him as a criminal. Our purpose is to find the abnormalities, irregularities that will help to protect our clients. Okay. So it leads me to the following conclusion that, guys, not like not ever before the role of the anti-fraud increased, but the role of the communication services of the bank increased too. For example, if a bank's PR team is very bad. There are some incompetent copywriters and the sad managers that not allow you to communicate in our banks as well, we will never be happy. So our purpose, the purpose of every bank in the context of anti-fraud is to revise their communication policies and to learn how to speak human language, at least saying like, I'm from the bank, I will help you. It should not work like that. You should not be so much bureaucratic, and you need to create a trust, and you can learn from Arnold Schwarzenegger, come with me if you want to live. Okay, and now coming back closer to the end, we have some time, just a couple of questions for all the speakers. Well, guys, look, friends, over the past few years, unfortunately, we are in the arm race, and partially it was already said about overlapping of technologies, diving into technologies so much, but there are two structures. I'd like to ask each of you. I'd like to start with the right hand side towards me, from Ivan to my side. Okay, the question is, in the coming years, will we be in the same arm race with the criminals, or we will come to the structure of the nuclear deterrent when we reach the technologies, and now we use the fear and conviction to fight with scammers? I think as long as this commerce is economically viable, and as long as every crime will be punished, as long as there will always be someone who will learn on it, it will never end. This process, as long as it's economically viable, can be compared with the problems of other industries. Mm, for example, criminals. We managed to fight with cyber criminals, and I think in future we will fight with the scammers. But the employees of the banks, the actors of all the market, the technologies and the processes must always be developed, and you need to be in the upfront of all those processes and understand how scammers can use the technologies. Even if the bank has the extremely super cheaper artificial intelligence, these scammers artificial intelligence can be better. I think this is the endless technological race, and it will never end. And we are like in the weaker position because we have regulatory requirements, we have limitations, we have the personal data set which we can use and which we cannot use in certain cases, and in this regard the scammers can feel themselves comfortable. They have the same technologies but have no limitations. I think this is the endless arm race. Okay, at least you are frank to me.
Expecting the total weapons race or just the nuclear behold?
As long as human beings exist, greed will exist and fraud will exist. We will be in the catch 22 situations most of the time, but I think we are reaching technically and technological evolution where fraud, you know, is going to peak and is going to go down again. So if you look at globally, before the chip on the credit card, the frauds were at the peak. The moment the encrypted chip came in, it took a dive. It was there for some time. Again, it went up. So there will be a wave. We are reaching the peak of the wave, and with the amazing things what Kazakhstan is doing and few other countries are doing in terms of anti-fraud center, data sharing platform, and identity. Identity plays the most important role because we no longer deal with KYC. We deal with KYU, knowing your user, which is the most important thing. I think with these two, we anticipate the fraud is going to come down in the next 5 years.
Thank you. Ну, в общем, все-таки технологически...
I think the arm race will drop down, but the determined will always be there. Okay, Alexander, just tell me, please. Okay, I think we need to reflect on the topic of the arm race. I believe that we are somewhere in the position that we are always attacked, that we are always in the position to defend ourselves, to protect others. It is like in the fairy tale, the bigger you have the house, the more protected you are, less risks related to fraud. This is one story. And the most important thing in here, which I would like to highlight, is that the anti-fraud system is a good thing. Of course, uh, unless anti-fraud system is there, you cannot live up with all those challenges. But we need to understand that the most important people are our employees, as if they've got the digital tool to access the money, but are they really ready to protect this tool in the same way like the banks do? So our purpose in here is to reach this rule of a teacher, so to say, that should educate children from the very young age. For example, like a traffic light, red, stop, green, go. The same story like you teach your children to to brush the teeth, and we need to teach our customers to respond to those challenges, and this is our core objective on the one hand. And on the other hand, I believe that we need to go into the counter-offensive, into the attack, to find the elements that would allow us to be proactive, to prevent. Did you hear about the proactive anti-fraud? The same story is here. The proactive thing will start when we start attacking. We go into the offensive. Okay, thank you, Alexander. You just called me my favorite anecdote of the hybrid of the sniffing dog with the rabbit. It does not only chase the criminal but also punish it. Yeah, a mixture of rabbit and the dog. Yeah. So, Asim, please. Well, a good thing was mentioned, a good idea mentioned, that anti-fraud will exist as long as it is economically viable. On the one hand, the technologies, and on the other hand, the fraud. The technologies should help us make our life easier for scammers to become economically deficient, for technologies to help us to fight, to detect the fraud, technologies to help us to respond to these fraudulent actions. I would agree with Alexander that no matter what technology is, how advanced it is, how safe it is, unless a person realizes himself or herself that he or she are under the influence of scammers, no technology will help. That's why the most important thing is the collective intelligence, so to say, that you need to gear up people with knowledge. As long as you are prevented, you are empowered. The regulators, the business circles, and other people should know how to help the client, how to detect the fraudulent actions, and how not to succumb the fraud. So I think it's like in the movie called Inception, that new technologies must be embedded in the mindset, who the fraud is, what the fraud is, um, that no safe accounts are there in the bank. Okay, and the last question, we are almost there, and I have my favorite exercise for the panelists. Okay, look, just imagine that you have been promoted and now you go to another position, to another work, even cooler, but a young but talented person comes to replace you, that he has just entered the life of anti-fraud. What was gonna be your piece of advice for him for the 5 coming years? What's gonna be his recommendation message for his job? He replaces you. What will be like the foundation, the message like a 3 envelopes in the message, what to build his life upon, his work upon in the coming 5 years? Okay, Ivan, it's like a goodbye message to your employee. I think you need to keep the good team, keep your team consolidated. If you have a good team, if you have professionals who are motivated, who are capable, then they will cope with every job. Okay, please, Asim. I would recommend him to develop, not to stand still, to learn new technologies, to use innovations, the artificial intelligence, to improve the methods of fighting with frauds. Okay, thank you, Alia. I think that it's very similar to ASEM. Develop yourself, learn something, and never stand still. This is the key. Thank you. Anis?
To your successor, successful successor, succeeder.
Three things: be passionate about fraud. Fraud fighting is all about passion. Number two, learn every day because it's developing, evolving fast. You have to learn. And the third and most important thing is um, be a team player. Create your backup because fraud is,
Have a plan B.
have a plan B. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Мне особенно нравится слово passion.
I like the word passion. Love what you do, and what happens happens. Okay, and the final remark, Alexander: learn, learn, and learn. That's all good thing, but you need to learn what to learn. But you need to know what to learn, because there is no like landing of a person to know what major to work on. And in this case, Asim Kanatovna told who's gonna be the universal anti-frauder. I think you need to hear yourself, and it is like a deputy of the chairman of the National Bank. Yes, I don't know in terms of the payment, but in terms of the rules and responsibility, yes, it's like a deputy chairman. Well, I think it's like jack of all trades. I think that there are some significant amendments to the law on risk management where anti-fraud has a very significant set of requirements to deal with the risks, to report to the board of directors. All these things are really important. What I mean that teaching is a good thing, training is an excellent thing, learning something new, that's outstanding. But you need to find the professionals who, according to me, who will learn something. Have two envelopes. First, for him to understand what artificial intelligence is and how to implement it from the analytical perspective, the first envelope, and the second envelope is for people who will join this new specialist, the young specialist, young successor, for those people to know what to do in terms of the prosecution. For example, sometimes investigation takes some time to understand the specific of this case, fraud incident, and to use all the tools available for the investigation. Thank you. Okay, friends, I think we will never have even a better discussion than today. So I'd like to thank you from my heart, all the panelists. This round of applause go to the panelists because over this 1 hour of talk, they have shared the most precious things that they had, their precious insights. And just please don't go. We will have a group picture on the stage, and then I will be waiting for you at 2 p.m. at the section of classical cybersecurity. Let's thank the speakers, the panelists, and the moderators. Please proceed to the central part of the stage for the group photo.
Көптен рахмет барлықтарыңызға. Расменде маңызды.
I'd like to thank all of you, dear panelists, because you shared very important insights with the audience. And now we continue. And now let's proceed to the results of the Anti-Fraud Center in the era of dramatic digitalization and preventing the fraud. All those activities have become the cornerstone and trust of the financial services. Today we will hear about the solutions that have already been implemented in Kazakhstan and how our national anti-fraud structure of the payment security develops. We would like to invite Samayeva Zhanar Turgambekova, chairman of the board of the National Payment Corporation.
So give a round of applause to our speaker. Good day, everybody. thank you for coming for the second day of the summit. Uh, we've just had a very interesting panel session. Thank you, dear speakers, for the panel session, for highlighting this important topic about anti-fraud. We've tackled a lot of questions of a national anti-fraud center who was created on the national bank on the basis of national payment corporation. More than 1 year we have the anti-fraud center. Now we can discuss data, certain statistics about fraudulent actions. We have a picture. We know what are scammers and fraudulent actions in Kazakhstan. We prepared national payment corporation. We prepared a report. We highlight important details. We will share it with you, and you will see it. We already talked about Anti-Fraud Center on the previous session. Anti-Fraud Center, it's a great platform which was created on the initiative of the National Bank. It united all the governmental persecution administration, and it unites 250 participants, and this law persecution agency has them all. And anti-fraud allows to exchange information in real time when it comes to investigation of fraud activity. Anti-fraud center helps to block scammer transactions. Besides things which unite 250 actors, we work on the increasing number of the participants. Besides that, we have these people and this agency of persecution. We need to increase the number until 100 operators. So they will help to block numbers of SMS and mobile phone numbers. I've uttered about this spread of participants in the context of anti-fraud center and sources for the prompt reacting on these anti-fraud actions. We spread to both residents of Kazakhstan and non-residents, and so our participants could see a number of victims, number of people who suffered from the scammers. Let's talk about statistics of Anti-Fraud Center. We provide for the years of its existence. It's November fresh data, and according to these statistics, we have registered more than 100,000 incidents. How do we register incidents on the base of anti-fraud center? When client applies, he applies to his or her bank, and the bank starts this case, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, in other case, can start a case and to connect banks which has to do with it. 80,000 incidents has to do with this, and it has to do with the drug criminals. And here we can see that we highlighted 5 tops of scammer activity. One of the most spread and your relatives and friends faced it. It's type of false phone calls. And when people call you, they try to lure you and to say okay to their mousetraps, so to say. And the second top, it's a false online shops. We have false investments and credit fraudulent activity. It's one of the top five types of scammer activity. It's a false positive calls, and it brings to the scammer activity. And what about the top five things of this fraud? They have a 71%, which are on the base of anti-fraud center. As a matter of the fact, on the first diagram, depicts the main share of people who are main percent. They are potential droppers who received money. They are from 18 to 24 years. You see yellow horizontal bars. I mean the false positive phone calls. Who are the droppers? They are young people who do not understand their involvement in this fraud scheme. Oftenly, these droppers don't understand it, and they were deceived, and they believe they work as managers of transactions or transfers. Students work like that. We need to teach young people about these things. The second diagram is below. Here we see the dynamics of these five top kinds of frauds, and these five top kinds of frauds have been developing. And the black bars, it's a false online shop, and it's a seasonal kind of fraud. All five are stable during all the period. Uh, and the increasing of and the growth and development of these online shops, it has to do with the activity of people. And the third diagram is a fraud in the context of incidents and of amounts and up to 1 million tenge. And the second check of the range is fraud up to 100,000 tenge. Now we understand that fraud is when it comes to false investments on false positive phone calls, it's up to 100,000 million. We have a 985 cases when there were up to 10 million tenge, which were taken from people. This is, well, when it comes to regions, we see that number of victims, it's Astana, Almaty, and Karaganda, and incidents were registered on all the corners of the territory. It's a large-scale reach of the fraud. You can see the number here, but these top are these three regions. Let me tell in details about three top kinds of fraud. I mean the false positive phone calls. When it comes to false positive phone calls, it's the most spread pattern or template of fraud. More than 10,000 victims were registered and 76 million tenge, it's damage, and 2.5 million, it's average amount of victims. When it comes to blockage of blocking of numbers and uh, and substitution of the foreign called numbers. It has to do with the messengers. It doesn't make system of blocking simple because it's not in the system of our state agency. And public awareness campaign plays a huge role in this case, and we need to form critical thinking in the population and form it for the next generation, for your relatives. It's our responsibility to recognize and to be proactive and prevent this kind of frauds. And the second kind of it's a false shop. We have two regions, Astana and Almaty. Then the main reason is people rely and they believe to these online markets, and they can carry it out through social media like Instagram. People often provide a prepayment, and they are now in the trap of the scammers. In trap, 31% of recipients are legal entities, and the individuals are 68%. There are cases they wire money to them, and then these shops deceive and cheat people, and 31% are registered of these cases. And when it comes to investments, we have this very subtle and psychologically complicated scheme of fraud. It's based on the natural striving of people to increase their income, and the scammers use social platforms, social networks. They promote their and announcements, and people needs to think that a high level of pro income has to do with a high level of risk. We need to have this public awareness campaign in the context of finance. We need to tell about licensed brokers and realistic levels of profitability. Then a profitability of 500% a month, it's not unreal. It's a fraudster plan, and these kind of schemes patterns work for half of a year, and these kind of false companies they cheat their clients for 6 months, then they disappear. And then we need to propagate this topic and say provide a good offering to our population. And we when it comes to statistics, that we have a 30 from 35 to 44 years, and from 45 to 59 years, it's a age category who are cheated on this kind of fraud, who believe it. And there's a high maximum amount is 120,000 million, and the average amount is 2 million tenge, which people give to scammers. And we talked about scammers and their activity. Let's highlight about people who are victims. There are 40,000 victims. There are a lot of incidents. They are registered, but people do not. But it wasn't defined as a scammer. Is what about drug droppery? Totally, I want to highlight that age category on the victims. We oftenly listen to that pensioners are being cheated. It's the most vulnerable age category of the population. When it comes to data, we see that basically victims are young people from 25 to 34 years. And before them, the pensioners have the place of the victims who, and we have top three regions, Astana, Almaty, and Karaganda. If we transfer these statistics percentage-wise, we understand that only 0.19% of people were suffered from the scammers. What about it? It's a 0.45% who were suffered from scammers. We been keeping a low rate of this percent in Kazakhstan. We want to highlight it. I'd like to highlight work of anti-fraud center along with the participants of financial agencies of prosecution. And according to anti-fraud center, we have 1.9 billion are kept, several 2.3 billions are tenge are blocked and they kept, and due to basis of anti-fraud center, participants didn't transfer money to the scammers, and 2.3 billions are being kept and blocked on the accounts of recipients. What speakers told on the panel session, a scammer's goal is to cheat at them quickly and to cash it out and to transfer it to the other account. Here we see that 400,000 million tenge were blocked on the level of scammers. It's operative work of all participants of anti-fraud centers and anti-fraud center itself. And for 4,061 million tenge was given back because of the participants of the anti-fraud center. We just launched, we don't stay on this place, and strategic development of anti-fraud center implies that we will develop predictive tools of anti-fraud center, because this year they work in the mode of reactive mode. When it comes to scammers activity which already occurred, we want to help all the actors of the market to let them know beforehand you will have fraud, and to prevent leak of finances of funds from the clients. Moreover, our target will be development of financial safety in digitalized environment. We have workshops along with banks, with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We visit universities. We try to help and to teach students and universities and young generations. Our target is to help to provide financial security in the digital area. Our technologies are being developed, and they will help us to optimize and enhance our processes, and we implement AI in activity of anti-fraud center in order to enhance and optimize some of the processes of anti-fraud center. in general, we will work productively with all our actors and increase number of our actors. It's all from my side. When it comes to reports, I want to thank all the actors, and let's watch the real video on the work of Anti-Fraud Center. And Evgeny, moderator Evgeny, offered to make a ceremony of rewarding. We already have done this ceremony, and after it will be after the watching this video.
Антифрод сегодня это один из самых эффективных инструментов.
Today is one of the most effective tools when it comes to combating the criminal activity. We reduced term of reimbursement when it comes to money. It enhanced work of regulators and other organization. First of all, we can reduce losses of our clients. We receive lists of attempts to cheat people. It helps us to react promptly. The work of the center helps us to fight with internet scammers and drug dealers. It helps us to improve interaction with the mobile phone operators. It improved measures which were taken to anti-fraud. Now we see now we see a diminishing of the level of droppers and their life cycle, so to say.
The most important thing for us is to develop the regulation that would allow us to interact very efficiently in returning funds to the clients and interaction of law enforcement agencies. The prosecutor should have the broad rules and responsibilities to respond to the request from all actors. There is a demand for getting analytics from the bank and from the market. We need to enhance the involvement of the telecom operators, because now it's not enough. I think we need to intensify the deepness of data the banking sector shares. Given the emergence of new cyber crimes and other threats related to the theft of money, Anti-Fraud Center wants to keep pace with the development and improves its capability. I think we need to enhance the number of actors of the anti-fraud center, given the growth of this industry, to involve telecom market and others. Given the digital models and introduction of AI models, the models of artificial intelligence, it will allow us to detect new scammers schemes very efficiently and set new trends to fight with the fraud. What prospects and strategic areas of the development you find as priority? In the coming years, the Anti-Fraud Center should not only become the tool of the monitoring, but the efficient ecosystem which will unite the telecom operators, banks, and other actors of the financial market. We need to provide for the creation of the exchange of data. The Anti-Fraud Center should become the tool as an analytical hub that will serve proactively. So the purpose of the Anti-Fraud Center is the full integration of fraud center of the telecom operators, as well as developing of the artificial intelligence based on the real cases, by enhancing the efficiency of response of police to suspicious incidents. They need to create the financial space as protected as possible. We believe that the core priority is to improve the quality of the current processes in the anti-fraud center. That's why we want to ask you to consider next year as the year of quality. Uh, Dear ladies and gentlemen, like Janar mentioned, mm, today we have come to the most important thing, the leader of the year in anti-fraud, the systemic work which improves the quality and the trust of users by improving the technologies of protection. So to for the reward Shopankov, Berek Shopankolovich is invited, the chairman of the bank, deputy chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Shulpankunov Berek Shulpankunovich, anti-fraud leader of the year award. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to tell you what will take place in a second. We have been choosing the nominants for a long time, and we took into consideration the most important aspects of the anti-fraud center, and we have a number of awards. We have a number of nominations for the awards. The first nomination, the anti-fraud leader, for the least amount prevented from the damage and saved amount in the account of the Berike Bank, Alatau Citibank, and Forte Bank. And the winner is Alatau Citibank. I'd like to invite the representative of the bank to take the stage. Alatau Citibank, anti-fraud ideas. A leader. Let's have a round of applause. Memorable photo. Thank you. And the next nomination, instant anti-fraud for the maximum speed of incidents processing with the use of API. We used to have three nominations here: Kaspi Bank, Home Credit Bank, Bank Center Credit, and the winner in this nomination is Kaspi Bank. Kaspi Bank, instant anti-fraud. And our next award is the Return of the Year for the best result in returning funds. Three nominants: Kaspi Bank, Freedom Bank Kazakhstan, RBK Bank, and the Return of the Year is Freedom Bank Kazakhstan. The nomination, Return of the Year, Freedom Bank Kazakhstan. Let's have a round of applause to our winner. Let's take closer step to the stage for the best picture. And the last nomination, but not the least for today, for sustainable and efficient interaction with law enforcement agencies in preventing, detecting, and investigating crimes. There used to be three nominants: Halik Bank, Home Credit Bank, and Kaspi Bank, and the winner is again Kaspi Bank. And the nomination of the most reliable partner, Kaspi Bank. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. And we have the second nomination, Anti-Fraud Center of the Ministry of internal affairs, the police departments of villages, cities, and capital of the country. For efficient and prompt processing of incidents from anti-fraud center, we evaluated the share of the processed incidents from police per 1,000 incidents. Aktube region police department, Abar region police department, and West Kazakhstan region police department. And Abai region is the winner. Unfortunately, the colleagues didn't manage to come, but we will pass this award. And let's welcome and have a round of applause to Abai Police Department. The next nomination, the investigation of the year for the best result in returning funds voluntarily returned with the involvement of police, Astana, Almaty, and Aktube region. And the winner is Astana city. Unfortunately, colleagues failed to come, but we will pass this award to them. And the last nomination among police department for reliable and interactive financial market, as well as detecting and investigating crimes. There are 4 nominants, a very hard battle: Astana, Almaty, and Abai region, and the northern Kazakhstan region. And the winner is Almaty Police Department. The police department of Almaty city. Almaty city department has the award in preventing and investigating crimes for the best interaction with financial market in preventing and detecting as well as investigating crimes. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone and I'd like to congratulate you on the upcoming day of the national currency. Especially, I'd like to congratulate the workers. I don't know how to praise that we launched the Anti-Fraud Center not as an achievement, but as consideration that there are some processes are underestimated. The previous colleagues within within their talk about the financial literacy, and of course all people are free to take every decision, and any person who may decide on this or that may be deceived. And the Anti-Fraud Center is considered unique. As I explored the experience of other countries, our solution is a unique one because we linked not only the financial market leaders as well as telecom operators, law enforcement agencies, as well as the special bloc. It all allows us to respond proactively to and efficiently to the challenges that exist. This is not the pride, unfortunately, because we are susceptible to the current realities that occur every day. But all in all, the interaction of this center creates what Janara said, what Janara mentioned. It creates the capabilities, the opportunities, how to put the right word, like there are some attributes that we can analyze and set the right path in interaction and to show and assist the clients, your clients, the citizens, that we take care of you. This is what we want to display. Besides promoting your financial services, you must also take care of your clients and prevent these incidents that occur. In this respect, the Anti-Fraud Center is a unique system we used to interact with in all the spheres, in telecom, in finance institutions, as well as with law enforcement agencies. The efficient interaction provides for the prevention of the money, of the funds, to the fraudulence. And what is really important is the timely response to incidents. I feel really sorry. I regret that the anti-fraud center should have been launched from day one, because it is considered very relevant tool for the current incidents that occur on the market, and the fact that um, it's very remarkable. That's a piece for pride that our market participants comply with all the markets, and we are happy that the police department responds to the challenges pretty fast. But most importantly, I would like to tell you the most important thing, the fact of interaction, is when our employees and our citizens are happy that the money was returned to the victims. This is what we can be proud of, and we need to act proactively and take care of all the changes that occur on the market, and we need to create all prerequisites to not set. We are plugging the artificial intelligence to this work. I just don't want to mention the details. The most important thing, like what I mentioned several years ago, the interest of the clients, for all of us, for all the stakeholders, this are the most important thing for us. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank Berek Shumbangulovich. Dear friends, dear colleagues, we would like to thank Mr. Berek and understand what is happening beyond anti-fraud, the way this ecosystem is designed, and Mikhail Berezin will tell you how it all works. Head of Fraud and Financial Crime Solutions in Central Asia, Group BI, Mikhail Berezin, combating fraud beyond the anti-fraud system. A round of applause to our keynote speaker. Hello, everyone. Let's get to know each other. My name is Mikhail Berezin. I'm delivering the product development in Group AB. Please raise your hands, the ones who work with anti-fraud and combating crimes in public authorities or in the banks. Yeah, I see that the audience is very well prepared. I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity dedicated to anti-fraud. That's a unique event, and the topic is very relevant. I would like to add some global expertise on top. Who we are the IP group. We've been dealing with the investigation of cybercrime for more than 20 years, and we have tools in combating fraud. And the most importantly, that we are in anti-fraud. We are not from the finance, but we are from the cybersecurity, and our point of view is different from the classical anti-fraud outlook, and that's gonna be the backbone of my presentation. Okay, I will tell you about what fraud scheme is. As a matter of fact, what we are talking about within one bank is the stage of executing the scheme itself when the money is stolen from the account. But today there was also the point that the fraud operation is the business. They know how to count money well, they prepare well for the scheme, they prepare all the procedures, technologies of stealing data with which the social engineering is prepared. This preparation is very important to get money as soon as possible and to withdraw it. Why it all happens? Because every scheme starts being detected, the banks adjust to it, it the banks halt this operation and the scammers earn less. They need to prepare themselves as best as possible for a short period of time to collect as much money as they can. What our experience shows us, that's a real life incident in the opaque region. In this graph, you can see the number of incidents by time. You can see that the incidents are not so much, not so many. The schemes are being prepared, the capabilities and hypotheses are being tested for the weakness of the ecosystem, and then in a short period of time, normally related to days off, holidays of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are days off. There is a big gap when not all specialists at banks are, and then the several financial institutions are attacked. A certain amount of money is calculated, and then the scheme is implemented. They can calculate well their return on investments, and then the scheme goes down because the market participants know how to block it, how to interact with that, and the scheme goes down, and then it starts being blocked, and the specific implementation does not work well. So we have some stages. First is the protection. People have been dealing with that for many years. It's about the building of anti-fraud system. The more data we have, the better it is. So whatever we have in the bank must be taken into consideration for our bank anti-fraud to protect well. And we need to know how to predict. We need to have some extra sources of data for you to know, for example, that in a coming time a certain scheme can be implemented with a certain software, with certain phishing sites, with certain social engineering tools. And the next phase is the interaction between participants. They may switch with each other. This is the predict and share, because those are predictive data. This is the terrible, horrible slide, but don't be afraid of this. I will give you more details. We as the company are dealing with investigations. We describe a huge number of schemes, so we work on, but we were thinking like how to structure all those things, how every scamming schemes can be structured and granulated in specific pieces, and know how to detect every single piece and know how to protect from it. So in this scheme, we have certain phases of the scam. There is a preparation scheme, scheme execution phases, and at the end, the money must be withdrawn. And this is also the scheme of interaction, how the money can be withdrawn, how the money can be encashed, and even at that phase, the money can stop there. You can work on it. The anti-fraud center in Kazakhstan helps well at this stage. Every square in every box in every column is the technique, how a specific phase, a specific step of the scamming scheme is implemented. This thing is called fraud matrix. Using this scheme, we split all our schemes, the schemes that we describe, not only us but others, and a clear framework is established how these scammers work and how you can protect yourself from scammers. Well, and using this example, I'd like to demonstrate you how fraud matrix split the fraud operation. I'd like to give an example with the Android virus, the way it spreads, the way it's used for fraudulent transaction. For Kazakhstan, that's a huge problem because SMS interception and phishing techniques is the scheme, is the approach when the scheme is started. How does it work? First, the marketing starts. The scammers have a marketing. The scammers must advertise where the people be fished. For example, when the market sells something, people go and buy something, but when the scammers advertise something, people go and be caught by this scheme. So that's why Telegram bots and Telegram chats spread a very good solution. For example, a loan per zero interest rate, you need to go to a certain page and download an app. The app will look like a real app. People will download it, allow for all necessary permits, enter the banking cards, and in this stage, the scammers have compromised data. They have access to the account. No one stole the money. If they get the preparatory phase, they collect the data, and then in a short period of time, the money will be stolen. So what we can do in here to protect ourselves? So in here, coming back to the beginning, like I already told, we consider anti-fraud from our cyber security, and in cyber security there are many products that help um, uh, detect what people are talking about in dark forms, what schemes are being discussed, what phishing tools are being launched. And this is like a threat intelligence or brand protection. When we talk about phishing, at this stage we can protect ourselves from what may happen next. If you talk about viruses, and if you talk about the fact that we are as the light side consider and track the way they disseminate. Today we heard the thesis that scammers adapt pretty fast. This are our data. This is the chart of the viral software evolution in different colors. There are different versions. They develop versions faster than the banks. And in here you can see the point of adaptation. When the market is already adapted to a certain virus and they may work well. Not all the participants are protected. They wait for some time, they adapted, and then the new wave started under the new scheme of development. And this wave can be seen, and they can protect themselves faster if this data is used and the data is shared, and then everything goes simpler. Once this scheme is being implemented, the withdrawal of the funds from the card or compromise the data are used either on new devices or on all the devices with social engineering. And this phase, what helps us is the classical anti-fraud system, the sessional one, as was already mentioned. The point that you can see what is happening on the device, if it is the same device, what kind of apps are being used, and transactional, we can see the operation, we can see the transfer of funds, and then at this phase, using the rules, we can halt the operation if we have enough data. And the last column is withdrawal of funds. And where the funds go further, we are stealing money, and we need to understand where the money goes. And in here we require cooperation, because there can be another account in a partner bank, and our knowledge and knowing all our data system in a specific bank is limited. We know nothing about the account in another bank. And there was a survey from KPMG, the global KPMG survey for anti-fraud, to understand what is needed most. And in the first place is knowledge sharing about the fraud schemes, about the fraud approaches, techniques. And I'd like to thank and to be proud of Kazakhstan, because many countries that dream of has already been implemented in Kazakhstan, and it's a unique thing in Kazakhstan. And now let's take a visual look at the graph. So in this image, you can see different transfers, different colors, different banks. We can see them in silos. Some of the operations occur when the victims the money is stolen and sent to the cards, and then this money is split by the cards, and then some amounts are divided for the transactional rules to be broken and split between different banks. And our purpose of the consortium, at least to stop it at a certain period of time. So this is where the exchange comes into play, which we all mentioned. And now let's come back to Matrix. And I forgot to tell you one thing. It is the framework as the company, as the vendor, where we publish reports. Every report is split. The components can be evaluated from the perspective of their protection. So this framework is the database of knowledge, which is free of charge. You can access to it, and you can help global market know more about all that. So in the panel discussion, there it was a thesis, the point of Ivan, our colleague. You know him well, that the knowledge sharing cannot be built without the state. And we believe in the future, and we as the company invest in providing such a global exchange. Why? Because will we be able to keep the pace and um, not to delay? Will we or not? Sometimes there are structural issues. These cameras have no limitation, have no regulatory limitation, have no limitation in experience. I mean, the information sharing between different countries and technologies. All of them use advanced technologies, and all the personal data can be found. And we, the ones who want to protect ourselves, are protected by a huge number of measures that prevent us from sharing. But when the knowledge is fragmented, and when every person knows the puzzle of the picture but don't see the full picture, this is what these cameras benefit from. The experience and information sharing techniques, as well as the tools, will allow us to be in the equal playing ground with these cameras. And this is a huge merit of the anti-scam center, anti-fraud center of Kazakhstan for creating such a product. That's it from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much for such an insightful talk. And now we continue the talk. And we have now the next speaker, one more important session dedicated to the human capital. Now about the processes and the culture, and those processes and cultures are always led by women that have special thinking, expertise, and social responsibility. So the new principles and the sustainable ecosystems, the future of the banks. I would like to invite to the stage the leaders who form the real practice. Asel Mamajan. CEO Women in Tech is at Asem Balajan. Panel session 2, Bayon Banking. Asil Marchenko, Deputy Chairman of the Board of National Payment Corporation. Aliya Yesmokanova, Deputy Chairman of the Management Board of Bank RBK, as well as our guest from far abroad, Aliya Chenebaeva, Chairman of the Board, O Bank, Svetlana He, Chairman of the Board, Uzumbank, Uzbekistan, Farzona Sanginova, Chief Risk Officer, Alif Bank, Tajikistan, The topic of the panel session is Beyond Banking, Women in the Shaping of the Financial Architecture, how Fintech is reshaping the banking model and creating sustainable ecosystems. Dear women, welcome. Now we would like to continue our discussion based on the, well, good well thoughts of our beautiful women. Okay, hello everyone. I'd like to thank all of you for being the second day with us, and I think we can see a very crowded hall. I'd like to say thank speakers. I've just left the Crypto City Roundtable, so we have so many insights how the future will look like, and now we will dive into our realities.
We have a very interesting session. As a head a woman in tech Kazakhstan, I have a tradition and we have a women panel session. We didn't talk about women leadership anymore because we talk more about women and leaders, and we show real cases of them, and that we speak on the interesting topics. I've already told that she will come up. We will tell about beyond banking. It's more about fintech. We talk about banks too much, and nevertheless there are representatives of banks. Why these kind of banks? Because traditional banking and development of banking comes in non-traditional mode. We see this fintech being bought in Central Asia banks, and we have a lot of collaborations. We see a lot of fintech solutions internally in the banks, and many solutions being purchased, and we see special payment corridors that are created. We will tell about it more about this. I have a first question about this, and if you're ready, you can be first. In KPMG a report, there are size, it's a $2.1 billion. Kyrgyzstan is a lot of. What about a tempo of growth of your countries and your banks in fintech companies? What are concrete models of changing in banks of your fintech companies you see over the last period of time? It's a very deep question. Can you explain it play in a simple way what happened in your countries and banks, and what about your transformation? Let's start from the guests, or we can start from me. My name is Svetlana He. Uh, I'm the chairman of the board of JC's Uzum Bank. Uzum, it's a digital ecosystem. It is the largest digital platform in Uzbekistan. We provide service for electronic service and delivery and banking services too. Now we present marketplace. It's an online shop, and we have a wider range of products. It's a one-day delivery because of our infrastructure of logistics. We have a Uzum to Score. It's a delivery from restaurants and shops, and Uzum Bank as a digital bank is one of the largest private banks. It's a capital bank. We have one more part. It's a online service of installment Uzum CA. As a whole, if when it comes to scalability of a company, we have 20 million users. It means that more than half of a population are users of Uzum. We go beyond the territory of our country. We represent Uzbekistan, and we represent our achievements in the area, and we see high interest of foreign investors to a potential of Uzbekistan. It's part of the question because as a whole, the sustainability of the system confirmed of VOT. It's a growth of 6%. It's a boost of banking ecosystems. When it comes to numbers, assets are 17% increase. Portfolio of assets it's more than 13%. When it comes to fintech service and fintech industry, we need to know we have a more significant growth. It's more than 40% of growth in separate areas. We see more velocity of growth. What about QR payments? It's the growth is 119%. The separate area is income. Electronic commerce grows rapidly. The growth is has more than 70%. What about installment and refunding? We have a lot of enlargement on volumes. Generally speaking, we have a rapid growth. What about PMG report numbers? Now fintech market of Uzbekistan is $647 billion by 2027. Volume of market of will be duplicated in numbers. It will be potentially a great growth and rapid growth. When it comes to growth, it's we have this situation. It's a very deep question, as you said, and it includes happenings, what happens in the countries. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share our expertise and these kind of events, promote these things. I will share our situation with you. We have a transfer from separate banking services towards ecosystem. It happens now. Now users are more they demand flexible solutions and simple and this and we are driver in this area of setting of different parts of ecosystem. We have inherently close integrated systems. We have different entry points. It's a order on a market or order of a deliver, or even these segments of clients who are not ready to use a financial product through their routine user scenarios come to the ecosystem, and the first touch and first entry point becomes plain way when a client comes to a digital system from transaction. He or she comes to acknowledge the digital system. It's a seamless transfer from one part to another. We form the single profile of a user. Because of this profile, we understand better what a client needs. We offer them personalized ideas. It's very popular and interesting. The potential it's vast and geography, and we have a demography that's 1 million of people annually, and the average age is 29 years. It's a young people. It's a great potential of growth. It's young people who are ready to use digital services. They're interested in it. In Uzbekistan, we see the great potential, and we developed it in many ways. Thank you very much. When it comes to demography, you're right. We have a growth of 1 million for Kazakhstan. It's a dream for us. We try to do it, but we will never reach the number. Alia, are you ready to answer the question? Yesterday we had a dinner, and it was a side event, and it was an interesting moment when every country representative about implementation of QR code. We congratulated NPK with a QR launch. It's interesting. Hello, dear friends and conference participants. I'm glad to see my friends and colleagues. Congratulations on the Financial Expert Day. I say thank you for gathering representatives, women here on this platform. We have women tech. We occur many projects in the Central Asia. When it comes to your question, Kip and she provided this report, but on the principle of VOT, if we divide it into every human being, and according to the results, Kyrgyzstan will be on the second place on the number of services per year citizen. According to statistics, according to VOT, the most dynamic of it's Kyrgyzstan, 11.7%. We have a very full-fledged structure changes. We built a lot of sky skiing bases. What about Karakul? Come here, and you're welcome to go to Istanbul in the summer. We okay, and fintech and banks play a great role. We provide this role for them in order to build all these bridges in Kyrgyzstan. I want to underline this. When it comes to ratings, we are 100, one of the first of cashless payments. Our level of cashless payments is 50% during several years achievements. It's a significant growth. There are three examples or cases I want to show you, and I mean the basis of main drivers. First of all, we loved about QRs. Yesterday's session had to do with a single QR in Kazakhstan. It's a great that you signed it. We started the single QR in 2022. 20 banks of 21 banks accepted this strategy. This is statistics of the last 6 months. With the help of QR, we had TSP more than 20 times of payments. As 3 billion of US dollars. We have an active boost during the last 3 years, and a growth of points of new merchants who were connected to QRs. It's a first driver. The second driver was a topic of this panel session. It's rapid and traditional banks go to shift to fintech, and it gives a boost to digitalization. And it's a good case of Caspia, Leaf, and Zoom. We have many players who show their good example. They show their behavioral habits. And being an expert from the country, I need to praise our competing guys. It's a take bank. It's a state bank, and purchase a Beeline and have an integration of a mobile bank. And we are, so to say, fresh player. A year ago, we negotiated it. We were Halyk Bank as a subsidiary of Kyrgyzstan, and we renamed renaming of O Bank, and we integrated of payment systems. We have a mobile operator. It's integration with it's a magenta color. It's a famous. Brand all, and the second driver in Kyrgyzstan was growth of fintech collaborations. We have a lot of in the country. And thirdly, I'd like to say about integration. Yesterday you've talked about it. It's integration in the context of Central Asia. When we talk about Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and we have the same roots and mentality. We are neighbors, and we say we have a tourism between the countries, and of course it's a integration when our clients visit our countries and vice versa. We need a seamless visiting. It was a first integration on the Central Asian space. We have national systems as an alternative of international systems. Kurtimili in Tajikistan, Homu, Uskart in Uzbekistan. We have Elikart as a system, and we provided integration in the context of these three platforms. It's a great thing. It's comfortable when our clients in Uzbekistan can use the services, and tourists who come to our country can use it. The last integration in the Central Asia, it's integration with the Kaspi. And today, according to QR Kaspi, with our application, you can use all QRs and pay in all the banks without any hindrances and barriers. I tested it yesterday. I've tested my bank. We pay with the help of QR of our bank. I want to wrap up all these three moments of QR are significant detail. It's a fintech construction, and the third is integration in Central Asian context. No doubt they were born not for nothing. It's a way of integration, cooperation and collaboration. I want to highlight role of state, of national bank, and we have two of high technologies, two projects. We have a partnership in the private sector and the state, partnership with the state and non-profit organizations. Fintech, we told about it. We have a lot of sandbox in National Bank. Kyrgyzstan does not lag behind, and we you started from KPMG numbers, and we have a progress according to all numbers. We have a dynamic of growth. Of course, Kazakhstan is leader, but we try to not to lag behind. But now numbers and statistics is very relative in the context of many countries on the same picture. In different areas we lag behind, or we can be on the forefront. And Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, we have different numbers of quality. Statistics is relative, but we have this middle temperature in this Central Asia. It's very positive, and it's very attractive for all the international society. When you consider every country separately, we are not so attractive, but together we provide a great boost and synergy. Let's give the floor to Tajikistan colleague and then to others. Hello, Marzana Sangina from Tajikistan. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this great event. Let me talk a little bit about Alif. I'm a representative of Alif Bank. It is the first fintech bank of Tajikistan. It was created as a startup. We created it. We organized it 10 years ago. Initially, when we started Alif Bank idea, it's not. We didn't want it to be as a traditional bank. We wanted to have it as an ecosystem from the scratch. We wanted to provide a very accessible service to the clients to fulfill all the needs. 10 years later, we're first on the post terminals, we're first on the OT machines, we are top 10 on assets and credit portfolios. When I became a part of Alif 10 years ago, consultants recommended us to divide traditional area and fintech, and the development of the bank sector would be successful. We refused that offering, or we will have other strategy. We see changing of the situation. Traditional banks implement fintech solutions in their processes, and our strategy was correct 10 years ago. And now Alif, it's not about receipt of the money. It's a great ecosystem. We have BMPL and Alip Mobi. It is the first in Tajikistan, and I could say it's the first full-fledged BMPL with a network of merchants of 3,000. It's a internet banking for businessmen. It's a marketplace, a live shop. It's an opportunity to invest with the help of our broker accounts. It's a Live Academy where we develop our human resources. It's an online exchange, online tickets, and online drugstore, and we try to cover all the fulfill all the needs of clients. It's a win-win strategy. When client comes to us, he or she uses all the services, then it makes economy more positive, and we feel our important role. And as a fintech, when it comes to transparency of state economics, when we talk about growth, you know that Tajikistan has a small scale and compact economics, and the growth of VOT is 8%. Last 3 years we've been developed, and we have 8% of VOT. And previous year, bank sectors had been developed on the basis of leasing, and the great boost of it because two solutions, they are very important for the country. First of all, it was a decree of a president, so all state service payments will be as a cashless payment. Secondly, in 2023, by a solution of regulation, we implemented a single QR in the country. Within 2 years, we growing rapidly in the QR payment in the 6 months of this year, and volume of turnover increased in 35%. Volume of wallets and cards went up to 51%. Seeing all these factors, we have this prediction or forecast. We will have this growth of 26% as the previous month. It's 26% is realistic, and 30% is our ambitious goal. When it comes to growth of Alif, we grow more than in comparison with the statistics, and we have a 67% of our income in the last year. Now we have a forecast of 90% of the growth. Thank you very much. It's very incredible numbers and forecast and predictions. Hello, dear colleagues. When it comes to Kazakhstan, we have a great agenda. I want to congratulate you with the National Currency Day and the Financial Expert Day. I want to support our colleagues in Assam, and we will expect that growth will be at a rapid pace because I believe we will see several factors, and this area will be accelerated. Because of them, first of the initiatives on the summit, it's not only state support. Fundamental platform is being created with the help of state structure, who provides a solid base not only for development of some banks, but the separate areas of fintechs, including brokers and insurance companies. Second thing, it's a global openness of Kazakhstan. I'm sure there will be a great development in transboundary areas and payments. It's very perspective area. Not only in Central Asia, it will have a broader reach. The third thing, it's a crypto friendliness. It's not a paperwork, it's a reality. In Kazakhstan, openness of crypto industry, it has a boost of growth globally. And I'm glad that Kazakhstan becomes a part of this global agenda. It creates a needful infrastructure, both politically, technically, and economically. And when it comes to safety, we can say the same thing. Asem told about discussing a crypto city, and it's one of the key factors who provide growth of fintech area in Kazakhstan. When it comes to our bank, we can boldly say that we consider ourselves as a better bank for fintech support, especially for people, startups. We have chosen this niche deliberately. We understand that part of payments and part of shares and their destiny is limited, and the level of growth of a bank can be limited. Therefore, we are open to work with the startups. We consider our agenda on fintech not only in the when it comes to launch of cards and payments. We have a great platform of open services. It touches BNPL and loans. We prepared a platform. We have new partners on onboarding of a small business out of fintechs of the third parties. We were the first bank who launched crypto cards. It's a crypto B. It has to do with a fiat card. With the help of the partner, you can make a crypto conversion. When it comes to these things, we want to see development of fintech and banks as a collaboration. We are not afraid that there is a threat to fintech, to banks, or vice versa, because fintech is innovational technologicity and the new solution. Banks, it's about trust, sustainability, license, and deposit foundation, and these factors need to coexist in harmony. And Asem asked the right questions. Business models will be changed, and traditional banks models will be changed. We understand that our traditional products are has a low marginality. While working with the fintech, we search new sources and levels of monetization, and they will occur, and development of RBK. And in Kazakhstan, we have great perspectives. It comes not only them, but only in Central Asia. And when it comes to methodology of capitalization calculation, you will see significant difference, and you will get why banks started to love fintech, and they started to call themselves as a fintech. It's not an irony from my side, but there's a commercial profit, and it has advantages for the fintech. And Almaty will be one of the jury members. We have more and more of fintechs. They will become more and more interesting. Now we have a session of personal questions, and then we will tackle what happens in Kazakhstan. And Asel, I will have questions as a representative regulators regional payment corridor. according to statistics, more than 5 billion US dollars come through it. It's statistics of World Bank 2024. What takes are needed to be stepped to make a regional payment corridor, maybe single standards, licensing, IP interface. What do we need to have so our countries and our citizens will have a comfortable transactions and payments? It's a great question. I want to add gather the details of the vision. You're welcome.
Что у нас всегда панельная сессия, и спасибо.
So, and thank you very much, Sam, for always meeting our requests in organizing such conferences. And I'd like to thank and congratulate you, everyone, on the day of the national currency. I remember that we organized ourselves 30 years ago when the payment system in Kazakhstan emerged as such, and this is a very important thing for us. Just a small reflection, so to say, a small flashback. I still remember 5 years ago you invited me to your Fintech time project, and we were talking about the development of banks. And back then, we discussed that the banks will have to go in collaboration and with any projects merges with fintech, otherwise they will not be able to offer the services to their clients that the client will demand from them. Well, and coming back, it's like a flashback from my side. I remember we came to that point and we remember the way the market developed, and this is a norm. When you talk about the development of the Central Asian region, just not to consider complementary number of KPMG, Kazakhstan is to be this way. We are in the central of the Asia, and this rule was always laid on Kazakhstan. We want to be in the upfront to develop the region, and I think we need to clearly and transparently understand all that, and we need to keep this responsibility. If we consider the development of Central Asia as such, I believe that we develop ourselves according to this scenario under which there was a huge leap in the development in Central Asia. Now countries achieved many developments, but we don't see the booming effect. The booming effect takes place in Central Asia, and I think you need to enjoy these opportunities for your benefit. And most interestingly, colleagues, just let's think how we can think of innovations. In the previous years we started the US and European experience first, and then the Central Asia experience, and now we try to invent something new for us, because we become centers, we create the sense. We realize that our region is pretty unique, and no one will tell us more what innovations will work or not. Now we develop new mechanics for our market. It allows us to enjoy an outstanding expertise and experience, and it is also related to the reality why regulators, why national banks, as well as the financial market development and regulation players, we as the delegated player in providing payment solutions, all in all, deliver the driver of innovations. So if you take a look at other countries, the financial market actors consider the position. If something is not forbidden, then it's allowed. But we have a different mentality. If it is not allowed, then it is forbidden. And regulators perfectly understand that. That's why the sandboxes are created. That's why more advanced regulation is there for the market actors not to be afraid of innovating and introducing such innovations. And Kazakhstan has always been an experimental test site or a sandbox for the innovations in finance, because our population is not that big if you compare our country with other Central Asian countries, but the level of technological penetration is pretty high. our population is the best test site to test any hypothesis before you go and spread it globally. And believe me, the international payment companies always enjoy it, and all innovations within Visa, MasterCard, Union Pay tested first in Kazakhstan. That's why we are really interesting target audience for that, and it allows us to enjoy outstanding results. From the transboundary payments perspective, I think we can come back to interbanking QR. That's gonna be like the first step of the transboundary payment services development. What does it all mean? It means that when you hook up the interbanking QR across Kazakhstan with all the banks, after that we as the payment corporation, national payment corporation, will turn to the activation of other jurisdictions. We signed memorandum with the CAP for us as the national corporation, if we connect to other jurisdiction, we'll give this opportunity to all our Kazakh banks that are also connected to us. And by doing so, we will provide for the connection of the whole Kazakhstan to other countries. It's like country to country as a corridor. Yes, why we all doing that? Well, every bank can go into one-to-one connection with a certain product to another country, and if you consider the costs that every bank may entail just to allow for the bank-to-bank integration, we believe that to be senseless, and we are ready to undertake this work and provide for all the safety measures with SLA and other tools, and then supply them with inclusive connection of those who work with us. As a matter of fact, Aliyah and well, Kazakhstan has already done that. If they are able to do so, why not? So we as the state need to do that all systemic. Well, the large players can do so because they will have enough resources, they will have enough money to do that, and the ambitious will be enough. But we have to realize that the small players will never be able to compete with such small players. But what is really needed behind is that the regular citizens, the average citizen, is behind all that, and those people are the economically active population, and they want to enjoy the same services by using and maybe choosing not the big banks, but the banks that they share their values with, and they offer these services. And we really want these citizens not to be discriminating in enjoying these fundamental important services. So we don't have really much time left, but I have a number of personal questions to the speakers. Maybe Svetlana, we will start with you. Probably you've already told about the BMPL statistics. I believe that it is the beloved product in Central Asia, the most beloved one, I just say. The same KPMG, I love KPMG, Second Jamasheva, my regards. We expect that by 2027, that's gonna be a fourfold growth of this market, and the BMPL transaction will raise up to 22%. Just please share your insights. I think I'll have 2 minutes per every speaker. Could you please tell me the way you integrated BMPL in the fintech zone, and what advantages does it give for the development of small and medium business in our country? Well, thank you very much, Sam. That's a pretty interesting question. This question leads me to think about BNPL from the backside, the product which is being used by the population, and there is also an opposite sides demonstrating that BNPL also contributes to the growth of the small and medium enterprises growth. So I don't have so much time, just okay, let me mention the key points. Well, the first important point is that the growth of the business, given the growth of the receipts and the number of potential customers within our ecosystem. We realize of that, and we deliver analytics, and we evaluate the number of people who introduce it by themselves. And as the statistics suggest, when you use the payment by installments, the number of receipts grow by 50%, and the business, once it is established, by 30%. It is the growth. So it demonstrates that the business has a chance to reach out the customers that either did not visit their shops to buy something, or did the purchases for less amounts of receipts. The first is the growth of the business, and the second one, as Nara mentioned, is the decrease of the um, money income because of the installments, because small and medium enterprises can get money at once, and it decreases the burden on the working capital, and it allows to use funds more efficiently. And the second important point is the chance to enjoy the flexible payment systems. A lot has been said about QR in Uzum. We launched the universal QR, within which the service of installment is embedded. When you go to a point of sales, a client may pay either with the QR code or choose the chance to pay by installments by scanning the QR. It gives a huge advantage for local enterprises to compete with large players when there are big networks with different payment opportunities, and small and medium businesses have no tools to compete with them. If you provide them with more diverse ways of payment, it will give a message to the client that I'm thinking of you. I want to give you with the best convenient payment terms and tools, and it will allow for the return of the clients and so on and so forth. So I believe that there's a huge opportunity in here, as well as a huge impact on small medium businesses. As all risk related to the scoring, as well as related to the probable payment deferrals is undertaken by PNPL service provider. For small and medium companies, it gives a very good tool that allows to boost its business, his business, and while plugging up to these systems, the company incur less cost for that. Yeah, they submit a request. They can enjoy these tools and use them efficiently. I can tell you that in Kazakhstan, the ones who place their products at marketplaces, 80% of the volumes go to the installment opportunities. When the installment payment by installments is not provided, then it's not convenient. Well, if you also consider the ecosystem itself, the level of the penetration, including the payment by installments, the scoring is 30%. We launched this delivery service recently, and if you consider it in the scale of GNV market, it is like 50%. Okay, thank you very much, Aliyah. Well, Aliyah Chinibayeva. So the question about Kyrgyzstan, well, we already received the answers to these questions, but you are in the top best banks, but probably you encounter some barriers in the development of fintech industry. What kind of barriers there are, and what kind of ways out you can offer? Well, it's not a secret that when we were preparing for this talk, we entered the question to Chat GPT, and I received an answer. Well, I switched between Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and others. The barriers were the same. The regional coverage, resources, cyber threats, financial literacy, digital literacy, and all other things. We are all colleagues from the same industry. The regulation in Kyrgyzstan, is it flexible or not? First, so the regulation is flexible. We have many sandboxes. We are in 3 sandboxes with the cryptocurrency, with the Kyrgyzstan National Bank. Even today, in the day of independence, today is the day, the 15th November will be the day of Tenge, and Kazakhstan is advancing in the regulatory environment in the national currency a day of financiers on May 10. There are some Basel standards and others. We were talking about all that yesterday. We launched the QR, the first, and yeah, it said like, by the way, yeah, this is because of the National Bank. There are some progressive guys are involved. I work with all groups, and I believe that for human factor. And if you talk about the barriers, well, if you want to overcome barriers, nothing special. Our barriers are in the head. In order to overcome every barrier, the only thing you need is the wish. And Kyrgyzstan is a champion in overcoming barriers. How many challenges has Kyrgyzstan? And this stress. A resistance that Kyrgyzstan has allows all the barriers of Central Asian countries to overcome decently. Well, okay, I think that many Central Asian countries have more liberal legislation, more liberal entities because the expertise will come. Farzon, just in a couple of minutes in Tajikistan, there is a huge number of clients, and you, as the risk specialist, I prepared a question for you like that. So I was working in credit bureau for a long time. This topic comes close to my heart. I heard the one word in scoring. Are there any developments in scorings, for example, on the example of Alim Bank, when you could expedite the clients who had no credit story? Thank you very much for this question. Yes, all in all, when it comes to scoring, I can tell you that in 2022, the national strategy for artificial intelligence in the country was adopted, and Aliyev decided to go this way even earlier. 5 years ago, there was a team for the development of scoring models, and almost all financial institutions have their scoring models for the valuation. We work actively with the credit bureau. They develop themselves pretty fast, and they offer us the integration solutions which allow us to evaluate the credit risks better. When it comes to the fintech solutions help us a lot to evaluate credit risks because they receive more information. Mm, they were the part of the traditional banking. They use the woman that is a housewife. She can send money to where she wants to. Now we can see the fintech companies because we have our super app details for QR and cards turnover. We have many pieces of information, many details which allow us to evaluate the crypto capabilities and provide limits. Besides that, these details are very important for us because by using these details we can provide a very targeted product or products of personalized approach to every person in the population. So the service will still be developed because there is a problem not only with us but also with some others in terms of the data quality. There is a room for improvement, and the key steps have been taken, and in all we develop ourselves. Well, thank you very much, and I think that a lot could be said about all this. Like, maybe the question to you: RBK Bank chose its strategy as the bank as the service, and I think the 20 banks per 20 million population not enough. We need more banks, but the story is very interesting. The development of the digital banks, especially the niche bank, cannot be an opportunity, can be a reality in Central Asia. Could you tell me, please, why you decided to go to BAS, and is there a future with BAS Kazakhstan? Like I already told you, we chose this strategy on purposely for us because we realized that this area will give us extra growth points to our organics. Furthermore, by working with different startups over this year, so we see some new ideas, and some of them are being developed by us independently. In general, I think that this area is very promising. It develops very fast. That's a good thing that Kazakhstan has a chance. When we launch this for the first time, the market participants didn't believe it. Even some employees and regulators told that it's not possible, but they test the hypothesis and they realized that it is all possible. And now we went even further. Besides the financial services that we offer, we also sell other services on the platform, because every partner wants to have a certain customization which has to do with a certain niche, and that's a marvelous thing, because this customization and new services, they go beyond financial services, and there are so many companies today that go to global principles. There are some platforms that serve their subscriptions, their businesses, as well as other things that are non-financial. Just not to waste of the time in speaking, I'd like to tell you that there are some successors in the Kazakh market, and we need to check how it can be developed jointly. How many bases that you have? Well, I cannot tell you the exact amount, but I think there is a great number of the companies, because we don't serve the individuals only, but also businessmen. We have private businessmen, because that's a budgeted business line, and for us that's a success. Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, like it is always the case, we don't have enough time for the Q&A, and probably you have a chance to ask your questions to the speakers directly in person. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank Central Asian Fintech Summit to organize a purely women panel session. Yesterday we had a purely women side event. I'd like to thank our guests from Central Asia who come here to share their experience, and I think this is the key and the most intriguing thing. And because we are not competing in here, we give a very good signal to the global community that the Central Asia community, Central Asia market, especially the fintech market, is pretty strong. It has many strong players that are headed by such beautiful women, and there are so many empowered women in the region, and it pleases us. Thank you very much for this.
Көп рахмет қошеметтеріңіз және ортаға естелік.
A round of applause. And now we would like you to stay at the stage for the memorable photo.
Рахмет. Шет мемлекеттерден келген қонақтарымызға да үлкен рахмет, алғыс білдіреміз. Істеріңізге сәттілік тілейміз.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue to the Central Asia, the summit that unites Central Asia strategies, innovations, and now we would like to proceed with the second part of our discussion. Now we will have the keynotes as well as the panel session, and now we would like to hand it over to our next report dedicated to Kazakhstan venture market research results. And it's a very important so to say domain of the new ideas. And Ainur Janturina, CEO of Rise Research, will share her insights. This company is specializing on the analytics as well as the projects in fintech. Hello, dear colleagues. Hello, dear participants of the summit. I think we will wait for other participants to come back from lunch break. That's a great pleasure for me to be with all of you. And today I'd like to introduce you the research that we launched this year for venture capital. By and large, we deliver our research for the whole region, but in the coming 15 minutes, I'd like to talk about venture capital in Kazakhstan. If you're interested in other venture projects in the region, you can download this information from our website. And before we proceed to the statistics of the venture market, we would like to give you a certain context of the system in Kazakhstan and of the region as such. Over the past few years, the market has grown significantly. There was a big transformation from 2022 to 2018 to 2024, the growth was X5, and the number of startups increased as well as the number of active investors. And so the volume of the whole region is 95 million, which is 7% more than last year. There is an insignificant growth as it is, but the market leader in here is Kazakhstan. In general, the region itself is not that big. The country, Kazakhstan, is considered as a small market actually, but the startups built a more global story. They turn to the global markets. So the countries have special hubs that support them. Silkway Innovation Hub, UK Innovation Startup Hub, and Al Farabi Innovation Hub. Hantengri was also launched in China. We talked to many guys and we decided to find an interesting trend like that, despite the fact that they are based abroad and their operational activity is concentrated there. The team and the development is locating here in Kazakhstan. So as an example, you can check the DNA payment that which is a big company in Europe, but 20% of it locates in Almaty. Perceptis AI in consultancy is somewhere abroad, but 50% of the team is located here in Kazakhstan. Cerebrum is a local startup which is actively being scaled, but 85% of the team is located here in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, we analyzed the transactions since 2018, and you can see here that that's a positive trend. Unlike 2018, the volume was 12 million. Now the volume is 71. Now we also started gathering transactions from 2025, and we can see a positive dynamics. And today we have more than 100 million, and next year there will be a very beautiful number. The sum up valuation of startups was 710 million. When we conducted the research, we wanted to know to what extent Kazakh startups are cheaper than in other countries. We compared ourselves with the US, and at every stage the startup evaluation was twice as less. If you talk about the stages, 60% of all the transactions are pre-seed, 26% is seed. It means that the market itself is pretty young, and normally these startups are at the early stage of development. We also checked the perspective from the investors side. If the startups are young, or we also checked our hypothesis, and 53% have a mandate for pre-seed and seed. We can also see a positive trend, the positive picture. So if you compare 2018 and 2022, we can see that the check itself increased. If in 2018, the 85% of transactions were small transactions, and we can see how they decrease in 2018 it was 75%, and 2022 28%, and we can see that there is a positive dynamics with the receipts of larger amounts of 501 million. It means that the investors, they start believing the startup markets. Our startup markets have more trust, and they are ready to run risks. Actually, we have a similar graph. We decided to take the medium size of the ramp, and we can see that they invest more, and then pre-seed it as the gross 7x, and seed 3.3, and the gross phase 1.5. The sectors, well, after before, during and after pandemic, e-commerce and fintech were the leaders. Last year the picture changed, and the leaders are AI, health tech, and enterprise software. Now we deliver the research for the artificial intelligence in Kazakhstan, and we already started calculating the transactions in artificial intelligence startup. We can see a positive trend now. We used to had last year 14 and 18. Data from October to November. Let's wait for another 2 months, and the number will grow. So we can also see that we have the health unicorn. The majority of this portion belongs to it, and we can see that it's a trend, and many people want to invest in the artificial intelligence. So this artificial intelligence research is being actively prepared with our partners. So we plan to issue the full artificial intelligence report in January, and if you want to learn more about it, you can attend our event, and you can find many good details there. So if you have a different look at that from the capital's perspective, 40% of all the transactions are business angels, but their amount is 19%. Venture funds 35%, and 46% of all the transactions. Well, indeed, that's a typical story for many markets. The picture may seem the same: more transactions but less amounts. So if you see the split of the local and foreign capital, 47% are local investors and 53% are foreign investors. The picture is pretty good, because in 2018 and 2019 they used to be local investors, and now the picture changes and there are more foreign players. If we compare the numbers in 2020, there were only 20 active investors. You could count them on the fingers of one hand, and while in 2024 we have 60 active ones. So we also added not only the business angels, the corporate sectors and venture funds, as well as angel syndicates. Well, an equally important role is played by business angels. Well, if you check the picture in 2018, 63% of all the transactions were made by business angels. These are the people who believe the startups, the venture funds. and created so-called foundation for the market, because the market is changing rapidly, becomes more interesting, and there are increasingly more players, funds, and corporates. The share of business angels go down. Now it's like 19%, and the ones who are in this industry, they know there are around like 10 to 15 people who really believed the market when it did not exist. One of this example is Murat Abdurrahmanov, who at the end of 2024 invested 27 million, and he has 61 investments. And at the end there is a word about the gimmick about women, and we were interested about the so-called discrimination. If we check the foreign venture reports, they claim that women receive less investments, their evaluation is less. We were interested to know about the transaction, but still this issue is pending, and this year we want to dive into this statistics more, and as a result we can get an interesting picture. 80% of the startup founders who received investments in 2024 are women, and along with that they received only 7% from the total investment volume. Normally they are pre-seed, but it's okay because the market is young. It's okay. So the average pre-seed of startups that are founded by men were 4.6, while men 4.2. So the average pre-seed receipt is higher among women. Um, we also, and I hope that we will come to clear answers why the statistics is like that. If we check the share of women in venture funds, there are not so many, like 20% of them. We surveyed 12 funds and 3 angel clubs, and only 20% in the board, in the management board. That is seemingly it from my side. We are engaged in different research in fintech and venture capitals and digital assets and artificial intelligence. All our research is available on the website. Every research is available on our website, and I would also like to invite you to our upcoming report, which will take place in January, and the freshest data will be available in March 2026. Thank you. I would like to thank our speakers. So now continuing the topic of digital transformation in finance industry. Today we will talk about the new approaches and innovation that change the shape of the up-to-date finance sector. Aidana Kaskarbek is invited to the stage, CEO of Blockchain and AI Center. Okay, let's invite our guest, Aidana Kaskarbek. Hello, everyone. I think this is my last talk before the battle, so that's why I decided to choose the maximum screaming design that will be unlike the branding of Central Asia FinTech Summit. For you to remember me, I decided to take the stage wearing casual, but Diaz will not forgive me. So today's look is sponsored by Diaz. So I will be talking about innovations in fintech through the prism of talents and competences. Um, uh, um, Based on the examples of the projects that we handle, the investment with time and energy in the competences will make fintech in Kazakhstan as world best practices. And today I'll be speak on behalf of this. I was claimed as fintech AI specialist, and today we represent more than 3,000 developers of AI, game devs, cybersec, Web3 developers, and others that are here in our community. If they are the ones who are already in our community, you can club us. Today I'll be speaking on behalf of them because I'll be mentioning the capabilities and opportunities that are presented here in this engineering cluster in our country. This keynote can be also useful for the ones of the existing and new developers, as well as other specialists who are not the part of IT yet, the corporate and public authorities, technological companies and startups, and of course the universities. Just a few words about us. We are the Blockchain AI Technology Center. Wow, by the way, an important thing, we started our journey as a subsidiary of the joint venture of the National Bank and IT Hub. As the center of the payment technology CBRT, you can club the ones who earlier worked there, and then this organization, our organization, turned into the private one. We have been there for 3 years on the market. We have different institutions and universities as our partners, and we trained more than 108,000 employees. You see MasterCard, Meta, and other companies, they are now working with us. So the reason why it's so important to talk about the talents and competences, because innovations used to be defined by the way they are more technological. The more complicated the thing you are talking about, the better will be your innovation. But today the innovation is defined by the speed. And now I'd like to tell you the framework within the technological environment to accelerate these innovations. We would like to start with the portrait of talents. I decided to make this design more cheerful one. When we talk about the talents, the engineering part, because now it's extremely easier to access IT. Before it took years to come up to IT, this trajectory has been accelerating. And when we talk about the engineering talents, they can be not like those who have been many years on the market. There can be some experts in financial sector, and you can apply this portrait to yourself. Well, before, the developers used to start their journeys as the long iterations of the projects, pet projects to deliver homework. They were in the Geek Hub somewhere, and they never seen the light. They just tested their skills in case if the skills will be demanded on the market, they could claim them. And another story is that all of them had the same skills because the teaching curve was more or less the same, and there were no people who would develop themselves in a hybrid format. It was only just like an exception, but rather, but not the trend. The experience of many engineers had experience in pet projects. The hypothesis and the industrial context in this regard was missing, not to mention the experience available in the CV. And people got expertise only as they were employed at a job, and the educational trajectories are developing now, and now you can merge the experience taken from the niche market, you can merge it with engineering skills, and you can accelerate the acquirance of this skill through AI and fast practices where you can resolve the real-life cases from the market, and by doing so you form the hybrid competencies. Well, and before we could bear the developers for their awful nature, awful psychology, now we don't allow them to do so because the settings of the market changes, and the developers need to boost their teamwork skills. And now the word of the year, the motto of the year is in vibe coding. Do you know what in vibe coding is? the huge number of people that knows what vibe coding is it is when you can make the AI tools to deliver you the product which you asked your nephew who is good in computing mm, to do this work instead of you. Now there is a person, Alex Cham, which was bought for 1 billion Meta. He told that the next cohort of billionaires will be young businessmen who vibe coded their products with the use of artificial intelligence. Now I'd like to talk to you a few words about the hackathon and the Centerton vibe coding. This is the first multi-locational hackathon that takes place in 20 cities across Kazakhstan because the cool events normally take place in Almaty or in Astana. That's why we decided to deliver hackathon for the first time in the row. And this year we have brought together 5,000 engineers from 20 locations from 20 cities in Kazakhstan, and the prize fund was $50,000. But most importantly is not the number of how many developers we brought together from Kazakhstan, but what is really important here is the case of different tasks given to them. That was an interesting case for MasterCard to create a model to explore fraud behavior among bank account users, how to define some actions from the bank users. There are some guys who were invited to the final because they have gotten outstanding results in terms of their quality, despite the fact that the hackathon lasts for 48 hours only. Some corporate structures can benefit from them. So there is a challenge, for example, a task which may have a serious innovation potential, but within the company you don't have enough time to test it, to align it to a certain to a certain product to check to what extent the innovation may work well. So the hackathon is when the task which is somewhere in the backlog, but you believe in this, you can outsource it to 5,000 developers and they will do this job for you within 48 hours, enjoying tasty pizza. They will deliver the products which will surprise you.
Practically all of our partners are one of more case from us is keeping decentralized data BNB Greenfield. In layer 1, BNB is one of the biggest blockchain in the world. The product which is developed, they won the first prize. They did the same product after hackathon, attracted $30 million. The decisions were the same, yeah. So the blockchains in the architectural solutions, they can always be checked. And we were shocked that the guys from Kazakhstan were so near to the best practice in the world. Each third guys from the hackathon are the guys from the regions. Of course, universities are supporting us. I would like to show you these universities who support us all over the Kazakhstan. If we'll talk about education, when we are talking about education in a short format, when you can test some innovational tasks and see how they can implement into the market, if you are developing, for example, internal in your company, it's of course you need to hire some additional workforce and you need some HR subdivisions. You should make some concept, and it's all about money. And of course, this money in big corporations who are tend to be innovative, they need 3 to 9 months to accept the budget for this time of budget for this beginning. That's why hackathon is a very good framework for the big organizations, for the governmental and organization where they can test it, and for many of our partners are free. For our developers, for our community, it's the possibility to uh, to test to public some manufacturers in your LinkedIn, in your CV, just to touch, to be involved in some big projects and to gain some experience, for example, in Drive, without a hire to be hired there, but you will have an experience in here. Of course, our market says we need engineers, we need IT specialists, but you know, in Kazakhstan, annually 70,000 students graduates from university annually, but for market, it's very important to have some simple examples, some simple and easy things that you can immediately use. But these cases are not collected, and you should use some hackathon or case hubs or challenges where you will see some manufacturer tests. Of course, partnering with more than 400 universities all over the world, we as a young company, we thought, yeah, we will sell you some educational programs. In some countries, they were okay with it, but in some countries, such as Switzerland or other Europe, they said, sorry, we will not buy your educational programs because you are only 3 years in the market, because they don't want to get rid of some academical environment. They want to keep the classical educational system, but still at the end of this classical education system, some students, a lot of students still don't have some experience which is near to the industry of IT, but still European universities are not still ready to change their educational curriculum. After 400 universities, for after developing global university, we have program applied university. It's for 3 years, 4 years bachelor degree. First year you learn and you became a part of a community of university. Then you become a part of your academic integrity, educate some key subject as in mathematics, and then at the last half year and additional half year they will educate in hyper steel tracks. For example, we have 3 hyper steel tracks. It's AI, cybersecurity, and Web3. After it, they transform into apply and launch format. If launch and apply, they think that there should be acceleration and incubation, but not all of us should be the next Elon Musk or Bill Gates or Higgsfield. Someone will be just work on the market. All the modular universities, they are making believe students that they should do something great. But what about just working as an IT? So we were solving some tasks on mining and banking sectors, and also there are a lot of tasks which will not be unicorn, but still they need to be done. That's why we need some incubators and we need some hackathons. And also, of course, we should develop corporate innovation culture. This is the pipeline of our way. So the first should be learn, then build, apply, and launch. Of course, we should learn digital assets and fintech literacy. Second, build in 30 of universities worldwide, applied blockchain and fintech engineering. Then hackathons, corporate challenge, and trading simulations, and we should apply. Students should apply to it. It's somehow we forget about it always, but it's very, very crucial task for the students in coordination of market and launch venture acceleration market entry. It shouldn't be always like the next unicorn, just any company, any idea. So this is the Web3 program built real world tokenization, agentic payment track, and stable coins track. This is mini modular tracks which students can quickly be educated. After, for example, 2 years, we will think that we will not take in anything. And that time we should develop educational university. A lot of legacy universities are not ready to have them RL1 and smart contracts with this program. It is not changing and it's proving through the time. And also banking architecture and fintech systems. Future and fintech in Web3, sorry. One of the format when we say hackathons, they are lasting for 2 days for banks. In the framework of hackathon, they say that the solution that you did, you should do it, you should renovate it, you should redevelop it. We have a lot of things to do, a lot of things to note. That's why we have Corporate Innovations Accelerator. The first case here is in Kazakhstan with the Meta company. This is their first accelerator, corporate innovations. There was more than 1,000 participants and there's more than 20 locations. There was 10 partners. There was New Tech, Astana Hub, and partner of this summit is New Tech. It will be published on Meta Innovation Hub. So all this corporate innovation accelerator will be implemented in these organizations, in these entities. It's not 48 days, it's 3 months, as they were more than 20 teams were working on it who won the place in the final. It's great. And they were there was some hybrid between the guys who are involving in this industry and also some engineers who can embed these ideas. And in the future, after under the training, meta training, it was very, very useful. Employer launch. This is the hackathons with national level integration, trading, corporate innovations challenges. This is the some beginnings with the Mastercard, and the most interesting thing, all our students are working on it, and also engineers are working on it. The guys who are working all their life in their financials, and who started to be close to IT with some YouTube videos, yeah, and after that they show such a cool results. These cases from banks or from financial organizations, you cannot solve it just on a technical skills, but also you should have some industrial skills. First QR is our community of developers. Please join us. Second, Crypto A to Z is our new project with corporation, incorporate with Binance, and would like you to educate what's crypto. My name is Aidana Kaskabek. I was happy to be a speaker today. Aidana Kaskabek, thank you very much. Aidana Kaskabek. Let us make a big applause. One of the dynamic speeches. Fintech starts battle. It was organized by the fintech company who are ready to make new steps on industry, who can make new models and the technical approach which will form a new financial market. Let us present our moderator Ilnur Ruzmuhametova. Please welcome Ilnur Ruzmuhametova. She will be moderator on this battle. Есть план? Что происходит?
Был, но что-то поменялся.
Ну ладно.
Может, отдохнуть надо?
Не. 20 minutes means 20 minutes.
Рахмет, құрметті достар.
Dear guests, after 10 minutes we'll have We'll continue our battle. Yeah, startup battle. Please wait for us.
Друзья, мы расходимся через 10 минут ровно. Мы
Dear friends, after 10 minutes, we will be continuing our battle pop-up battle. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be stay the same. We'll be here.
Бүгінгі шарамыздың ең басты сәтіне де келіп жеттік. Fintech Stars Battle басталады. Друзья, мы начинаем Fintech.
It's the most significant moment of our forum. It's starting battle. Elnura Rozmukhmedova has the floor. She will conduct this dynamic section. She will introduce the jury and our distinguished speakers who will start our fintech battle.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Да, еще
Hello, dear friends. Let me greet you again. I think everyone is here. Let applause for us being there, for attending this Fintech Stars battle, uh, which is organized in Almaty in the framework of Central Asia Fintech Summit, in the finishing of these 2 active days. So nowadays, 10 startups who were filtered, who won their prizes, and they will share their ideas, experience, ambitions, and so on and so on. And you will define who are the best. Today we have a maximum competent jury. I would like to give a word to the people who are responsible for fintech in Kazakhstan. I would like to invite CEO Dias Savedkhanov, CEO of Kazakhstan Fintech Network. Ainur, thank you. So I think it is not right to say that I am the beginner of the fintech. We are organizers and we are doing for the second time our battle. And the key point I want to add is our battle is focused on fintech. Our event is dedicated to the corporations and international companies. It's a good indicator from the organizers. I would like from our company, I would like to thank to all of our partners and sponsors, to a jury, for the development of fintech industry. We need all of your help. Thank you, our dear participants, for supporting, for being there, for visiting us. Thank you. Let me introduce one of our active employees. We always meet each other on the stage. Askar Belizbekov, the person who is actively developing venture business, CEO Kazakhstan Venture Group. Hello to everyone. Good afternoon. Aslan Sultanovich, thank you for invitation. It's it's a big pleasure to see all of you. It's a big honor to be a part of the jury, especially on fintech. Of course, I saw the collectors. They said that everywhere fintech is slowing down, but in Kazakhstan it's developing rapidly. The banks are switching on some fintech. I am the CEO of Kazakhstan Venture Group. This is the fund of the Ministry of AI and Digital Development. Madi Khasyanovich, we are not on the last position in the developing our ecosystem. I believe that we will have more quality funds, and there will be new founders, and we'll have a lot of funds, a lot of money to develop all our ideas. Thank you. It's time to give a stage to the investor and founder of White Hill Capital, Aslan Sultanov, CEO, founding partner and CEO of White Hill Capital. Good afternoon, dear friends. Thanks to Diaz for having such a good idea. It's interesting for us too because we are one of the funds who invest in the fintechs. It should be very interesting. They're asking why there are 10 people in jury. We have a principle for after every event this to develop in a real life. There are facilitators, investors of the industry. Maybe one of the startup will be able to make a POC or will have an investment, not from us, only from us, but also from other people who will hear from our 10 people who will spread the information. Thank you very much. And also the finishing speech will be given to leader of the technological group, CEO of Yandex Kazakhstan, Timur Shalekenov. No, it's super. Hello to everyone. It's cool that this event, this community is collected, and we can discuss the startups and to see all of you, to see all of your ideas. In our Yandex, we always try to collaborate with all of you with the best ideas, which will enrich the industry. Why Yandex is here? Because like in nearly future we have some news that Yandex is becoming a big partner of White Hill, and it's the first investment in Kazakhstan, and it's very good for Kazakhstan because Yandex is becoming the participant of startup industry in Kazakhstan, and I think and I believe that our colleagues from White Hill developed such an environment where the startups can be easily be developed and easily will be invested. This is not only about money, but also expertise that we have in Yandex, and we want to share our expertise with startups. Good luck to everyone today. Dear friends and participants of our battles, before we'll start, I will just announce the reglement of our battle. We are all seeing the historical event, first of all in Kazakhstan. International company will invest in startups, but in venture companies. Let's fix this moment. This will be historical moment. Let's take a photo, please. Okay. Okay, let's big applause, please. In order to start to give a stage as soon as possible to our startuppers, let's announce our jury: Aslan Sultanov, founding partner and CEO of Hill Capital; Timur Shalikenov, CEO Yandex Kazakhstan. Startuppers, please, big applause. Asem Bolachan, CEO Women in Tech Kazakhstan chapter, founder Kazakh IT community. Askar Bilizbekov, CEO of Kazakhstan Venture Group. Aynur Shalaganova, Fintech Activation Lead in Central Asia, Visa. Tanatus Kimbayev, Managing Director of Astana Hub. Maxim Prokhorov, Founder and CEO of Platma. Almat Japarov, CEO of Bank RBK. Yelzhan Kushikpaev, Venture Investor and Partner of MA7 Ventures, and Janar Samayeva, CEO at National Payment Corporation and National Bank of Kazakhstan. Yeah, it's not easy task to judge today, but I believe our competent jury will make the best choice. The moderator will be me. I will stop our startups. Let's announce the reglement of the battle. There will be 10 participant from the strongest team. 3 minutes you have to speech, and 5 minutes to questions from a jury, because we have 10 people. After each part there will be some sound signal. After 3 minutes, then it will be short ding. After 5 minutes also will be a short signal. This signal will help us to fit in our time. Let's start. The first startup, PyDAX. Please, the stage is yours. So time is started. Hello to everyone, my name is Iljan. I am the director on development business in PyDAX. PyDAX is a Robinhood for Central Asia. Historically, investing on funding was something like a hard and not available. Beginner investors say investing is difficult and scary. We want to unite with the beginner investors with the professional investors, because they have a lack of money and knowledge. On the other hand, they have some experienced investors who want to monetize their knowledge. Pinex connects beginner and experienced investors in an investment mobile app with social features, and you can see some sort of investment portfolio. You can ask a question to the experienced investors, uh, and then you will get to learn by the practice. And this community where everyone can develop with others. Index gives investors a opportunity to invest in crypto investment, current features, upcoming features, and local and real dollars, starting from $1. Everything in one platform, on one application. Also, we are working in adding and developing of our functions such as copy trading and others. So total addressable market 2 trillion. That's why we are focused on Central Asia, on the Eurasia. The idea was in 2023. At that time, we have a broker and a dealer license from International Financial Center of Astana. Monetization from the broker commissions fee. So every $100 in months is free. Then we have a commission fee from 1 to 5. Also, we have some tokenization actives fee. Traction is very good. In October, our trade volume is $5 million. In September, 2 and 2. In 1 month, we have doubled our volume. In 1 month, we are growing for 1 million volume. So MOM users is 29.4. We have launched in February 2025 without any active marketing. This is our team. This is our third company. We have successful exit from another projects. We know how to succeed in this field. Now we had pre-seed round in $600 in 2024, currently raising. I have a question. I got that you were selling and buying. What's your secret sauce? What makes you different from others? We are not associated with broker, but we are investment platform. We have different instrument, starting from exchange and we have a community where the beginning investors communicate with experience, and they can see each other's portfolio. So colleagues, do you have any questions? Is everything transparent? Is everything clear? Then thank you, Adiljan. Thank you very much. Now, the stage will be given to Jasaim Startup.
Jasaim blockchain. We're building blockchain infrastructure for education. So what is Jasaim blockchain? It is a secure and transparent digital infrastructure. We have 4 products. First is the lifelong learning passport. Second is the banking solution for Gen Z, data as a service for employers, and infrastructure as a service for governments. So current system is in education is full of bureaucracy and inefficiencies. For example, when student enrolls to the university, they have to fill a lot of documents, and we want to make difference by first paperless enrollment, automated credit transfers, recognized online learning, fraud-proof credentials, and instant verification by employers. So here how it works. For example, when student gets from Astana to Almaty University, he don't need to fly there. He just gets his biometric data, and all of his data is stored on the blockchain. As he studies, he will receive the credits in university, and all of that will be tokenized on the blockchain. At the end, he will get the minted diploma, which he'll be able to show to his employers. So to power this, we're building infrastructure of 3 layers. We're enabling the current databases integrated to the private blockchain, planning to build the CBDC bridge, and then upload some data to the public blockchain. So when he receives learning passport, he'll receive 4 cards. 1 card from the bank, 1 is the student ID, 1 is the transport card, and 1 is card for the library. As he finishes the token deposits, he will get the best loyalty system where he can get all the privileges as a student. So our traction is, we started from e-diplomas, launched it with here in Kazakhstan. Here is the diplomas that we implemented here with national universities. As a result, we have issued more than 3,000 diplomas, signed B2B contracts with 5 universities, and get some good feedback from the graduates. Also, we founded the technological blockchain fintech lab at Nazarbayev University to build this infrastructure. We built the special training rooms to obtain best talents, some learning programs, and now we have our own server infrastructure. We're deploying the private blockchain and planning to implement that on other projects too. Besides that, we launched the company in Hong Kong to attract some investment from the R&D from the Hong Kong Science Park. So our strategy, our vision is to build the blockchain consortium where all the countries can exchange the educational credentials data on it. We're focusing on Central Asia and MENA countries. Business model is first the banking services, interchange fee mixed with the freemium model, and here's our monetization strategy for universities, employers, and government. Our go-to-market strategy, we plan to start with the ISANA program next year, working with the Dr. Paul Kim, and then expand our successful POC to Central Asia and Gulf countries, and as a result, get to build the global blockchain consortium. This is the projections for the card project that we're trying to implement with the major banks in Kazakhstan. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, I can answer some details. Yeah.
I hope everybody understand speech. Дорогие члены жюри, можно поднимать руку, у нас один микрофон.
Dear member of jury, you can raise your hand and ask question.
Revenue? Yeah, we have 5 B2B contracts with 5 universities. $25,000 are generated.
Is it for the whole time your project exists, or it's monthly recurring, or?
This is like POC contracts with the universities. This is like e-diplomas portals monetization. But regarding the project itself, we are like the neobanking solution is pre-revenue.
Okay. How old is your project?
We started like first implemented e-diplomas 2024, but company is launched in 2023.
Okay. Thanks.
Так, у нас времени остается все меньше, можно еще вопросы?
Market, I mean, how big is it overall? And I mean, what would be potential exit for us if we invest?
Exit to the local bank.
Yeah, but you're building a global solution.
Yes, so we have 4 solutions. First is the infrastructure, right? We can like exit to the government. Government already had contract for the blockchain system for the education. This is like they have obviously a demand for that, but the biggest exit and biggest revenue will be generated from card business.
Окей.
Thank you.
Так, еще вопросы? Let me ask you, maybe. Okay, Иржан.
Why do you need blockchain to solve those problems? Can it be solved without blockchain?
So what we're doing here, so blockchain has two roles. First, to exchange data between stakeholders. For example, when student gets to the university, the data is uploaded to the LMS system, then uploaded to the government infrastructure, right? And then when he graduates, he needs to give that data to the members from other country. So role of blockchain is here first to...
Yeah, understand. I mean, like, blockchain proves that the diploma is legit, right? Is there a problem with that, proving that it is a legit diploma?
Yes, there is problem because, for example, when I... first of all, there is fraud of diplomas, a big market, like... the fraud of diplomas itself is a big problem. Secondary...
Because, sorry, in Kazakhstan, we have QRs on diplomas.
Yes.
You can check with the government whether it's legit or not legit. Why do you need blockchain to prove that?
This solution with QR, in my opinion, doesn't work because data is centralized. Everyone can get some, for example, people who sell diplomas, they can integrate that to that databases. In our case, we implement smart contract, which guarantees that data will not be changed. Even we as operator platform will not be able to make some changes on the data.
Okay. We have 2 more minutes. Okay, Asim.
Thanks, Rim. I have 2 questions. A couple of words about your team. It is the first question, and the second one about the can you explain your connections with CBDC? Because for me it is not quite clear.
Yes. So in education system, it's mostly the public funding here in Kazakhstan, right? So universities receive funding for the getting the like different stage. For example, when student signs agreement with university, government receives grant program. And we can make programmable payments use case here between G2B, like between government and universities.
In stablecoins.
Yes, and G2C. For example, we can make pilot where students receive like stipendium in CBDC. This is the use case for the CBDC. Second, about our team. So we have like lab, has like in my company there's 5 guys. In lab there is 20 guys. But for this no banking solution, I will outsource most of the development, and in cap table there will be only me.
Okay, thank you.
Спасибо большое. Thank you. Your time is over.
Thank you.
Let's applause. Хочется продолжить на английском, но мы не знаем, на каком языке будет.
Yeah, I would like to continue in English, but we don't know which language will pick our next startupper. Our next participant, Fusion FF. Stage is yours. Scena ваша. Hello to everyone. I'm here to represent our project, Fund Fusion. Right now, we are as a financial institution with a license from the regulator. And what kind of project, what kind of problem we solve? Something doesn't work. What kind of problem we are solving? It's a very difficult entrance to the capital. On our platform, a lot of entrepreneurs trying to get limitless access to the wide audience of the investors. We verify every project, and we're giving infrastructure for every investor how to make the clean decision. Number one is a alternative source of the finance. All of these demands are dictated by the market, and right now it's like 16.5 trillions of tenge, and there are not a lot of alternative investors. So for the next 5 years, the potential of the market will be about 2.5 trillions of tenge, and we're trying to take a piece of that cake. Why we? Because we are providing all of the services for whole ecosystem, and also we have this reduced risk finances,
And also we try to co-invest in small and medium business projects. And at the same time, institutions of development, we have scoring which allows to manage it effectively. And that's why the portfolio will be different and more effective as well. Also, our platform is suitable for every type of projects based on the demands of the investors. This why our clients are the acting business who are already working, who have revenue, and of course financial organization, venture funds, and development institutions. Our business model is just commission from every deal. We've been launched only 2 weeks ago, and right now already in 2 weeks we analyzed the whole situation, all pipeline, and more than 1 billion of tenge already been revised. So also we have 25 professional investors in our project, and of course the team is our key resource. I have more than 15 years of credit area for small and medium businesses. Also my co-founder Daniel, has more than 10 years of working in different projects, and his wealth as well. So in the next 5 years we're gonna be one of the best sources for finance in Central Asia, and afterwards we have the support from the regulator. We are here to invite you for collaboratorship, venture funds, and entrepreneurs. Thank you. Yeah, you've been on time. Hello, Oscar. A very, very good project. Right now shows the realities of our business. I have a couple of questions. How do you invite the investors? What conditions you are providing to them? What you give in return? Well, I've been making it more than 10 years. I had investment boutique, and in our bank there was a lot of financial sustainable companies who couldn't create investments pool because of their requirements. And I made a pool of the investments who would like to take this risk, and I still have this base, and that's why we're working in this area. And right now we're actively creating collaboratorship with different types of businesses, and also we are working document for partnership with Eurasian Bank of Development to finance the small and medium businesses. What's your revenue? Well, for investors, our average revenue is 30% per year in tenge. Okay, last question. We have crowdfunding feeling like some kind of a scam for different reasons, and people consider it like that. How do you protect the interest of the investors? Yeah, it's a good question. That's why we're making this project. That's why we're implementing it, because all of our expertise we want to put in these projects to solve this problem. And during implementation of our platform, we have two-factor authentication model and very complicated scoring model. So we will be detailed, revised by all the different projects, and be sure that all of these projects gonna be well for the investors, and we will reduce the risks. Also, we are working with investors, like we are prioritize them because it's the most important thing for us. And but what kind of the money you have right now? We don't have support from the agency, and we don't have any limits by the regulators, and it gives us an advantage because we don't have this like very hard and harsh requirements from the regulator, and we are flexible in this. That's why we believe our model is going to be successful. Thank you very much. I didn't see a slide with your competitors. Who's your competitors in Kazakhstan, and what's your advantages over them? Yeah, at this moment, our competitors, like, I wouldn't say they're competitors because they're more like colleagues, and they develop in this market of the alternative finance institutions. And also there are only two platforms who have the same license as we. It's iCapitalist and GoCrowd. By the way, we are only the one of the fourth company who made this license in the recent years. So it's a very rare club. Okay, you had a proposal for VC. For example, we are VC and we synthesizing all of these deals. And for example, I would like to make a deal with some other investors, and who will be the syndicator in this case? Well, the meaning of the syndicator is means like financing from different balances. And for example, you are investing in our projects and we are going align with your requirements, but we need to see your forms and stamps. Before that, you should register on our platform. Okay, I will ask differently. I'm looking for the projects, I'm looking the investors, and I need a service who will pack it all. So who will be a syndicator in this case? We. We gonna be the syndicators. We will do the due diligence, and we will give you the whole infrastructure. And afterwards, we will provide you everything. But how you can make due diligence is you making small and medium businesses, but for the venture projects it's a completely different business. Yeah, I would agree with you. The opportunities are different and we can evaluate it differently, but we can trust us. We can. Let me give you a little hint. We synthesizing these projects and we're paying for 12 to 14,000 dollars abroad, but we don't have a service who will make it under the key. So here's the idea for your implementation. So you just find the pain of the market right now. We're going further. We're going closer to the middle. And the fourth startup is ILAT. I'm inviting you to the scene. Ethical fintech basis on Islamic values. Hello everyone. My name is and I'm founder of the Islam FinTech ILAT. Right now, all of these financial instruments are getting developing, and all of the Muslims having a question how we should pick this project and who we could trust. And this demand is also seen here in Kazakhstan. And by the analysis of the Islamic Bank of Development and FCA, we have like this type of difference between of these products. Also, we see this type of the growth all around the world, and it's like 15 to 20% of the Gen Z and millennials. So what we do offer to them, highlight is ecosystem for sustainable development of the society and increasing of wealth of different families. And we have this type of solution. So it's a navigator in a world of the Islamic fund solutions. And at the same time, we're sharing it with other people. We provide this mobile application who saves the lives of the Muslim people, and we are making more than 2,700 companies. And right now we gathered all of the players, financial markets on one place, and we are providing AI consulting who helps to make this possible. At the same time, we're financing with different type of people who create values. This is entrepreneurs, it's people who busy on the platforms. We are not just providing money to them. This is the solution how they can earn money. And also we would like to support women entrepreneurship because we believe this is a very ambitious task and this market doesn't provide any good solutions. So all of the workers should get this. And on our ILAT solutions, we have a very big and strong infrastructure with API. Right now, we are working with only one broker, but he has all of the service by key, and we have all type of these services in one window, and this is very convenient. Parallelly, we have two more clients going through onboarding, and we would like to support them, and we expect big growth of their business. So right now, all of the banks, brokers, microfinance organizations, they are our potential target audience, and we will go to them. So nowadays, our strategy is one-stop shop. It's a one entrance for all of the Islamic services for financials. And of course, it's a partnership model when we're using both of the models. How do we gonna make revenue? It's active and freemium and signature. So we're gonna use all of them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very good presentation. But how are you gonna compete with all of these conventional organizations like bank with the traditional finances? And the second question, you have so many directions. It feels like you tried to do impossible. How are you gonna do this? Thank you very much for this question. First one, to compete with the traditional banks. Uh, it's going to be very bit simple, because if we will be targeting only this industry who wants to make finances with Muslims, it will be very compatible. But when we are financing taxi and different type of small businesses, our range is way more wider, and we have these advantages because we have reduced tax, and that's why these projects work better on the market. The second is, what do we have? Well, yeah, I get your question, but our team is very big, very serious, and we're already making this possible. Look at our traction. Hello, Isaiah, thank you for this presentation. Yeah, I feel like there is a demand for this product, but first of all, I would like to know Shariat compliance, how you going with that? Because it's very complicated. The second one is like, why we still don't have this as a common sense everywhere? How are you going to do this? Well, first of all, according to the Shariat compliance, yeah, we've been already working on that, and we have the team of the experts who does this, and we have this who support us with different type of consultations, and this is a very big names in this world. Yeah, and this is a big question for all of us. So, because all of the other crowdfundings, they have the same issues, and our adventure is gonna be that we are faster and we are already sustainable. Plus, we have our seed investors, so it will allow us to move a little bit more faster and be confident in what we do. That's why we can have these decisions and finance them on our behalf. Of course, we do all of our decisions are database decisions, because I showed you the demand, and we just want to fulfill it and satisfy 10% of this market. Any other questions? We have a little bit of time. We have two more times, and I can reply to all of you. Okay, no more questions. Seems like no more questions. Okay, Eljan has a question. Well, it's not like a question, but you have so many directions, and every of these direction could be a separate startup. So, for example, if the first filter of the all digital values, digital money, if you will do this, it's already a big product. But how you gonna manage that? So, will you scale it? Yes, we're working on that. It's already scaling. We understand that there are too many directions and it might be a red flag, but we do this with AI, and we understand that we have so many agents who do this. Our question is about positioning. Yeah, it will be a little bit difficult. So what I mean is, you either do this, you ever either successful race, or you will lose everything, because maybe you should focus more on some of the directions. There should be different filters in that. For example, like some people don't want to work with Israeli companies, so you need to identify your target audience. This is the main task right now. Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for the startup ILAT, please. And the next startup, we already heard about it in the media area, and we expect a lot from this startup called Ozen. Can you give me a clicker, please? Good day, everyone. My name is Erkin Dardalin. I'm a founder of the Ozen Finance. We're helping MFO and the banks to finance real sector of the economic. When you talk about SMB, yes, this is a very rapidly growing segment of the economy, but at the same time, it's almost underfinancing in every aspect. And the situation like we have this because of different factors, very high value of the money. It's very costly right now, and especially for SME segment. But at the same time, the scoring system is also not working good. How are we going to solve this? In Ozen, it's absolutely data driven conveyor of credits, which allows entrepreneur to connect directly with the financing organization. We do everything by ourselves, verification, scoring, we using AI, and that's why we are extremely fast. So we segment all of these businesses for different segment, and we using different approach for them. For example, some of them have seasonal work, some of them have tendencies in items which differ from others. It's some working with food and it's also spoils. So to navigate this risk, we have to understand them better. And with this approach, we already reduce the cost of the client by 3 times, and approval from the client side we increased up to 2 times. And right now we have 8 microfinance organization, already 1 bank, and some leasing companies. We already gave away 12 millions of credits, and right now we have like 12 supervised markets, and it's absolutely success in terms like we started recently. And here is our roadmap. We're gonna go deeply in the sales, not only in the white of the products. We just want really uh, engage all of the regions of our country and then scale up to the Turkey, because we have this high inflation right now and nobody wants to invest in them. So right now the entrepreneurs is the probably most important class of our society, and we want to support them with the just full conditions for the financials and for the capital. And I believe we will find a way. Thank you very much. You already before the time. So do we have any other questions, colleagues? So what's your business range? What's your business range? And what's your traction? Yeah, we already didn't charge for 3 years all of our clients, and we have reduced the cost of the clients. And right now, it's like from 3 to 6% of the credits, and our MR is already 16,000 money. And at the same time, we are increasing the trade opportunities, trade potential. And as before, as it was said before, we've been working in a wide, and right now we are focused. We're really focused. So it's gotta be doable. We gotta earn money, and it's like 30x every month. So our go-to-market strategy is like in our next markets, the USB, we have to find the local partners for the market as a Turkey. I will go there by myself and test our ideas, because regulatory is different. The base percentage is different. For example, the problems of the entrepreneur in Turkey and Uzbekistan are the same. So if we will compare the situation with colleagues, we don't take every case separately, because it's going to be very expensive, and we do it with the AI, so that's why we're faster. So with all of these AI agents, we are recognizing what they have in common and who is going to be a good customer. So that's why we realize like we have peer lesser than it is on the market. So I understand how go and sell this credit to the women with a lot of children. Yeah, can you tell me? So your data-driven startup, where do you get this data? What's your source, and is it really good? How you evaluate that? Yeah, we started. Yeah, we started. And we understand their problems. We started this customer discovery with some certain entrepreneurs, and after that, we decided to solve their problem. And afterwards, we realized that they have the similar projects all around the country, and probably our neighbor countries has the same problems. Yeah, so this segment is a very good entrepreneurs, but the situation is their financial literacy is specific. They know how to calculate their money, but at the same time they can go and take all of their income to some financial pyramid and lose all of this money. But what kind of data they are adding in? For example, seasons, sales, income, expenses, and everything. So every small entrepreneur they does this, and sometimes we just could make it with P2P, and it will be a little bit easier. So yeah, so it's either extremely good salesperson or he doesn't have the financial literacy. So that's why we have all of this data about every entrepreneur, every our customer, and this allows us. So it's something like EBRD. Well, no, it's a very, very, very old method. Our colleagues from MFO will not agree. Like, nobody does this. You cannot calculate it without real audit. What kind of the margin they have in every item, in every SKU. So that's why our scoring works differently. So our time is already left. Can I understand like so? Whoa. What's the percentage of approval in your project? Well, it depends. It depends on the area. It's like 6 from 10. It's 60%. Yeah, we get money from the venture fund, but right now it's not like that. Okay, well, you can talk afterwards. Let me invite on this stage the Madina, Shurawa, and the startup Relay. Startup Relay. Thank you very much.
PDFs and media, and most of the times this data can be still outdated. And after all, even after all this effort, the decision making can still go to gut feeling and not the facts. There is still no one single unified explainable platform to understand the real reputation behind every company. And most of the times, companies get blindsided by the hidden risks, unreliable partners, and also fake entities, which can lead to losses of millions. This is how we came up with the idea of launching Rely. Rely is the first AI reputational scoring system that consolidates over 10,000 different data, both structured and unstructured, to provide one real-time trust score of the company. What we do is we pull out different data points from the registries, court records, financials, media sentiment, background of the founders, And what we do is we provide you with go or not go to the third parties. My apologies. Yes, so basically, we can all see how AI is transforming all the industries. But the main challenge is that for the enterprise adoption, the main challenge is both complexity and regulation. This is where we're pretty good backed from Rely standpoint. For regulatory, we're backed by AIFC Sandbox. And also for AI stack, our AI stack is being built fully by AI talents of Zippo, which is Central Asian champion for financial risk modeling. Having a track record of building ZGAN, which is generative synthetic data generator, which has been recognized by Cornell University and also patented globally. And also the solution has been validated by more than 65 financial institutions globally. In terms of the traction, we're currently finalizing our pilot with Astana International Financial Center. We have already achieved 80% accuracy in SME sentiment, as well as another multi-pilot with a key trade player in Kazakhstan, where we basically help to reduce the manual verification of third party from 2 weeks up to 2 hours. So we have already raised 200K out of 500K of our pre-seed, and we do have a strong pipeline of potential investors and potential clients. So from the product standpoint, we're currently having a strong MVP.
Thank you, Camila. Okay, your questions?
Can I ask in Russian? Да.
Sure thing.
Мадина, тогда
Well, Madina, could you tell me about the data? What's the difference of your service versus others? Could you please comment in AIFC the advantages? Well, thank you very much for this question. Indeed, there are so many data aggregators in the market, but none of them provide the full decision making. So they provide different reports, but the purpose is to reduce the process and provide you with the decision making if you need to go further with counterparts or not. And our strongest advantage is that our tools can be customized. Different countries have different metrics, and you need to understand if you can work further with a partner or not. Then you can define certain metrics for yourself with which you can evaluate the counterparty. And what's the essence of dealing this project with the IFC? In IFC, every company submits annual report. Every company registered submits annual report. And every company has certain documents and upload them in ISO format, but we want to analyze, automate all this process. All the documents can be okay, but the counterparties may be involved in some scandals, in some bad news, so that's why we pay a particular attention to social signals as well as background. So, for example, there can be reputational scoring. So we use the proof of concept. So we can check the hypothesis, test the hypothesis on the validated vendors. So we can save time, and we can also check the blind test. We give the information for every third party. So you can check the validated decisions based on the available data. So thank you very much for such an exhaustive answer. So could you please tell us some more, elaborate more on us and your team, on your, Madina, I'm from Tajikistan, but I live in Dubai. I'm 22 years old. Before Rely, I used to work in Zippo. I worked with this joint company, and I also was the part of the global business development. And now I'm more concerned on Rely. I worked with operations and business development, but earlier I was working in Zippo company for 2 years. Is there someone in your team who did outsourcing intelligence well before? We are the product team. There are 8 people. And our AI start is being developed by Zippel company itself. We are on the first. We are the 65 team people company, and all most of them are R&D developers. So Rely, it's a joint venture between Zippel and AIFC and iStack, and with the internal developers is there, but the expertise goes from Zippel. If there are no further questions, we would like to thank Madina. And now the member of the team, the next team, well, he came on purposely from Kyrgyzstan, so we can call our battle really international, is Karmon BI, Mr. Alikov. Can you check? Hello everyone, my name is Habib. I'm from Uzbekistan. I'm the founder of the Karmon AI project. I'd like to start with the most simple question. Have you ever received the salary and felt yourself very wealthy and very rich, and after that you don't understand where the money goes? Such a problem is natural for millions of people every day. People in Central Asia don't really understand where their money goes. They have very low literacy. So in their names, in their work, sometimes it requires so much effort. Given that into consideration and analyzing the carbon AI. So the artificial intelligence is used, how Carbon works. It works easily with the voice data based on the transactions or the loan. So you just scan the receipts, and our app categorizes that this is the app that allows us to see the cost of categories, and every transaction is classified with the use of artificial intelligence, and we provide you with the full financial statistics. The unique advantage that may be used for the financial with families and partners in one app. When you teach people this financial literacy, we send them to the investment platform where people invest and earn money on it. So the advantage of Carmona, it provides for the voice and data entry of the banking culture, and we also have the financial literacy. The financial model is very easy, and if you want to add financial operations there with the use of voice message, if you want to monitor, you can use, if you like, our paid subscription, and our target market is 117 billion USD, and we also attracted investments, and in 3 months we attracted more than 4,000 users. 500 of them are premium users. And with the use of our app, we process 3,000 transactions per month, and we use the target market platform. And our purpose is to attract 25,000 users by the next year, and for that we need $100,000 for investments. This is our super team. I'm the general director. I have more than 4 years business experience in fintech products, and our technical director has 6 years in programming, and our financial expert is 4 years in program. Thank you very much for a very fast presentation. This is my first speech in Russian. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Let's support him. So what's the split of data entry? What is the voice manual? What's the split of data entry? How you enter the data? And there are manual accounts, so you can add voice. Yeah, I understood that. But what about out of 100% of users? What's the data is accounted to this channel? So the voice and data entry. And people who forget about their money by the 10th of the month, does their discipline does their discipline remain? They receive the push notifications and they add. So what's the lifetime of the users? Mm. And why do they go out from the product? We launched this product 3 months ago, and currently our churn out is very low because we're working for B2C. We track that, and normally this app is not well developed in Uzbek language, and it doesn't understand well in Uzbek. Now Alisa speaks Uzbek. So the share of those disciplined people who will enter this data every day, what's the share of them? 60%. If you have questions, please, I'm ready to answer them. So normally I ask my wife when my money is over, I ask her where's my money, but this app is very good. So your gross is 10 times, will $100,000 is enough, will it be enough for that? Like you, it sounds very ambitious. So our strategy is that Uzbekistan has many super apps. So we developed our super app and we are ready to start the integration. So the key traffic will go through these mini apps, and in the coming future we will appear in the Fintech app, in the app itself, and we will use it to redirect all this. So if there are no further questions, I'd like to ask more the question. You have very beautiful numbers for the market, and what are the future plans for scaling? Now you cover Uzbekistan only, but what happens next? So our app is working in 107 countries. So it's being used in 15 countries. We also have users in Kazakhstan, and our purpose is that to have the global skills for other countries. So our purpose is to achieve financial literacy. Thank you very much. Now you are free. Thank you. So in order to present the next founder, we have the following story. I took an interview in Yurtian. He was speaking about the startup which does not exist, and after that he created another startup which does not exist anymore, and he's the person who never gives up, and he already delivered the pitches. Asad Adhamov. Hello everyone, my name is Ashat. I'm Boon AI founder, and we deliver the conversational AI that is really efficient. 1.2 trillion USD. This is the amount which is lost by small and medium businesses in our scales because of the reasons like slow answers, a long routine of business processes, and personnel turnover. All those problems can be resolved with the use of artificial intelligence. Now think about it, 82% of all SMEs who wanted to introduce AI or with someone else help faced challenges, and they had more troubles than the benefits. We resolve them with our platform. Even non-technical experts can introduce AI in their business with no code, by diving him into the business processes, and by doing so he will have the precision of 98%, which is the most important indicator of accuracy in the market. We provide the results, which is not just the toy, but it allows you to save money and increase the commercial sales. There are 200 companies like that in Central Asian markets, and we keep on growing faster and faster. All those clients are united by the fact the single funnel of sales. On the screen you can see that up to 80% of communications with the clients can be taken by us. So we are growing because of that. We were growing by 60% per quarter, and now we expect a faster growth with the use of new channels of scaling. But the model is helping us with B2B SaaS. So we have the relation with the costs of 17 per one, per $17 invested, we earn for every dollar invested, we earn 17 more. We have a premium partnerless platform for our verticals where we feel ourselves very comfortable, because we are living in CIS countries, Kazakhstan. Not all people have digitalization, and they will help us with the introduction of this tool. So if we believe to be a 1 billion company, we need to help tens, thousands of people to earn with us. And this is what we are doing. The key advantage of our company is the business side. We have more than 10,000 hours working with business, and when it comes to my team, they are senior engineers, pretty much motivated in ML and AI expertise, and they can do the projects, deliver the projects in weeks, but for other people it takes months. We don't attract more investment. This is our growth prediction. In 5 years we expect 22 billion IRR dollars with the forum 3333 222, and over the past time we grew by 17 times. Thank you very much. Everything is outstanding, Oscar. And where is Fintech here? I don't know. I don't know why I was invited here. Now we are talking to banks, and the interest for us was to get to know banks closer. We cooperate with different banks. What's about the partner business? What the partners can get? So the integrators. So Ucom, for example. So this is the revenue share. So, for example, there are businesses that you serve. For banks, it is more obvious. By the way, we use Yandex. So when you talk about our B2B clients, all of them require potentially an AI agent, and whatever is available on the market are difficult to be integrated. So sometimes they give the same precision with the use of AI 10 and others. Only technical teams can implement them themselves. Sometimes they need months. And we were talking to Murat, and 80% of the banks that want to deliver AI, they fail, and they never reach the precision that they have today. That's why we can offer the ready-made tools that can be implemented in their ecosystem. But how do they perform the end clients? I think they have the WhatsApp or Instagram, Telegram. Now we use calls, and AI agents communicate on that side. And this is one side, and on the other side, we connect to CRM and ERP system, plug and play. You don't need to do anything. You just press button next, 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 and then from the single window you can manage the whole agent. You don't really need a complicated interface, and entrepreneurs find it easier to communicate with you, and they just tell what to do to AI agent, and AI agents communicate with the clients, and it changes the stages of CRM system. See what is there with extra touches, and it increases the sales and decreases cost. Super. And to what extent does it increase or decrease in average our indicator? So when it comes to the clients, the client earned 21% more for the clients that we have, and the first one and the second one, the ones who start saving more, $454 being saved if they connect to us, if you consider the overall. So my question is, we have such ambitious plans, and what are the risks you see for yourself? What risk can disrupt your business for you not to go and open the next startup in a few years? I haven't thought about it. So there are hundreds of startups, AI, Google, Facebook, and others. Currently, our prediction is as follows: that in the future they will not go to the localization. Of course, they have an MCB which allow for the integration, but if you find the challenges in the integration with our local CRM and ERP systems, you will realize how difficult it is to digitalize all that as versus our tools. So I think in the coming 3 to 5 years we will be competitive through the localization here, but still there is a risk. Probably the technology will be invented which will allow our senior engineers to create the several clicks procedure, because I'm afraid of some AI agents, because you never know what they are doing or how they do something for you. Well, we have some questions from the audience. We provided this time for the Q&A session at the end, and now we are almost there. We are coming to the logical end. We have two pitchers, Azamat Jarul Kasim, who came to us himself, Startup Partners Pay. Colleagues, hello everyone, my name is Azamat. I'm the founder of a Partners Pay. Just imagine a person which is self-employed. His name is Adam. He has many questions for accounting, and all these problems can be resolved by Partners Pay single system. But in addition to the self-employed challenges, there are some issues and other businesses he needs to interact, and we resolve this problem with three services that are harmoniously integrated with each other. We shrink the process of the HR workflow and the mass salary payment from 48 hours to 5 minutes. We developed our own wallet ecosystem, and with the use of these fintech automations, we automated the whole cycle of interaction between businesses and outsourced employees. So we attached it as a company that has the interaction from 250 contractors, and we plan to sign up 10,000 companies. We earn money from the fees, from the subscription fees, and now we started earning from the payment of the employees themselves, and we pay $6 per month, and we earn money on OpenAI API. We also use the automation and fintech, which saves the cost of the companies fivefold. We are scaling with some other companies. We already signed $450,000 payment per month, and our MNR will by February will be $50,000. And we also expect to go to Dubai with the further scalability to MENA market. Our monthly GDP increased significantly versus last year, and top managers of our team, operational and technical teams, our Uzbek market access. We work with Uzbek Bank. We actively explore Dubai's market. We travel a lot, and our Visa helps us a lot. We are the partners of Visa, and we also have the huge experience of interacting with a large number of gig partners from previous startups, and we also realized what kind of extra services are needed to improve the life of businesses, and increase the work with the outsourced employees. We now provide the digital service of online employment when the person, so in 2 clicks, submits the document. This document goes to the system and the person is employed. We are one of the active participants of the employment. 6 platforms have been connected to us. We also sell our open APIs, and these 3 companies are actively integrated, and we also help to build our in-house fintech infrastructure. We also launched the first service, and we help companies to cover the cash breaks, cash gaps. My question is about the recommendations. Probably you have huge turnovers and low marginality. We see that in RAM, it's not a venture story. The profit should grow faster. How do you see the exit for investors? I don't see it as a venture story. I see it as the acquisition target for banks in the future, in the coming 2 or 3 years. But if you want to develop it as a venture one, so how to expand your business line? Have you thought about it? Well, I'll have some answers to your question. I will object. We are growing so much in MNR, but currently the most difficult thing is that we have been onboarding the clients for a long time. We subscribe a client, but we receive the money post factum once we integrate. Once we launch the system, we start harvesting, so to say. But we managed to onboard faster with such large companies as Techno Nicole. We launched like in 2-3 weeks. And our scalability in the context of increasing MNR is growing exponentially. And we also explain venture investors that we have the perfect entry point, entry time, that we are growing in terms of MNR exponentially. And Aslan, you also asked a question. My question is how to increase MNR, not to be 200 or 400,000, for example, 200. We develop ourselves as a system. We can sell the products in the same database. We can sell extra services. We started selling digital accountant services. And just imagine when you have actively at least 10,000 users, and the services will be bought for $200,000. It will provide for a good growth sales because you have a very good product line as compared to other startups that are tailored for that. Sometimes it's a difficult thing to do. No, this is our advantage because it's so much more easier for business to launch business from a single window. When it integrates with us, with our models, it can get multiple services at the same time. But upon the fact he's integrated with several companies, it is much more expensive to get integrated with a number of companies at the same time. When it comes to exit, I would also like to add that the strategy is more M&A tailored to the strategic stories that we start with. Very clear. We agree with now we also integrated with Tenge Bank on the market of Uzbekistan, and we are happy to work with such companies as Yandex because we deliver many services in the Yandex market. And for VC, for internally, we also built the dividend story because I build the company not for the sake of exiting. I have my own goals which I want to achieve in the coming 10 years. So we want to provide the most beneficial structure for investors, for him, even without exit, to start earning some money. Thank you very much, Azamat. Could you please declare your mission right away in numbers in the coming 3 years? So we want to build in credit and bonds of 1 million numbers, and we want to release 1 billion people in the global market. That's why we need a visa company which will allow us to access people faster. And our purpose is to work with such big countries like Pakistan 250, Indonesia 208, Nigeria 220 million people. And we also explored Yango company. Yango is the market leader in Pakistan, and our colleagues advised us to review that, and the expansion will be easier. For example, in Uzbekistan, we managed to enter there with the Yandex. It was a mission, but not an extra pitch. Thank you very much. Your time is ran out. Okay, and our final pitch. And then we will declare the final results. We would like to invite Igor Minchuk, Palsky Z.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Igor. I'm founder of a company Plus KZ. We help entrepreneurs to make showcases for effective sales in Instagram. We got used to that basement foundation of e-com. It's a marketplace sales, and our team and I persuaded that it soon will be changed in the nearest future, as we believe the main channels of sales will be social networks, social sales. 2 months ago, Shopify and IAI announced about ACP protocol launch, which allows GPT chat users to make purchases. It's available only on the territory of the US. Later, it will be available in other countries. They have a Shopify has a catalog of data. ChatGPT goes to this data and then initiates a payment through Stripe. And now the payment, the sales is done. Later, we will open ChatGPT and we'll make a prompt, appoint me to a barber shop. It will be automatically personalized and convenient. If we dig even deeper, it speaks that in the nearest future, every businessman of Central Asia will need this showcase who is able to integrate with a GPT chat or other AI assistant and give and convey data via this protocol. And this platform is being doing by us. We provide businessmen with the showcases, which helps to sell in the current channel in the social media. We want to be a structure for e-com in the future. Our project being launched on 18th of September. Within this period, 132 showcases were registered, and 10 of them became payable. And we have a solution with Airby Technodome, so they could launch showcases to their clients. We connect three more clients. Thank you for self-discipline. What about your questions? Ask questions, friends. Thank you for the presentation. You just showed 132 registered showcases. What is about verification of these outlets? According to statistics, and for fraud cases, rate increased on these false online shops. How can you close this part? We have two parts. Every businessman can open his or her own showcase without verification, but when it comes to integration of BMPN, a person needs to go through additional compliance, including compliance with partners. And as per, what about it? Yes, we take it into consideration. Being a platform, we see the products, we integrated a delivery. Correspondingly, this businessman, we see him and his product and the point of destination. We started from BMP solution, and we operatively came to a conclusion. If you can control fintech I understand about BNPL. What about Screwshot? If you have integrated delivery, then only after delivery, the accounts are blocked according to a standard. We have an agreement with Airbag Bank. We are rented on Shopify, and 80% of profit of Shopify. It's a basic mode of monetization. It's a BNPL. It's remnants from the accounts. It's a loan products. As the best at Neobank, we can provide overdraft connection to an account and open an account. Thank you very much. What else? Who wants to ask a question? Thank you for the report. The first part of the presentation was the bright future, and the second was the marketplace. Maybe the marketplace is very attractable. What about connection of AI channel of sales, and somebody just provides these earphones? If Shop and I and it will connect with a Kaspi, they connected with Soulboard. It's not so large scale markets in order to spend time for integration. What about creating portal tool between Kaspi, Wildberries, and Ozon and other regionals without making marketplace and collecting auditorium on your own? This is our following model. We don't make a marketplace. We allow a user to make a showcase. So in the future, every entrepreneur can be integrated with a ChatGPT. I get it. Every businessman fills his cart with the products. Is it a marketplace model? In some sense, you're right. In my book, it says we attract only merchants and provide automation for them. User way of marketplace will disappear. We'll just give a prompt to Alisa or GPT chat, buy me this product, and post marketplace era will be services like Moiscloud or Shopify who know the range of products. So what about filling the cards, and OPI will be filled? And in this equation, there is no your presence. It's an excellent question. For instance, in the US, OpenAI has been integrated with Shopify, not with Amazon, because Amazon as a marketplace is not interested. His clients have like a churn, and the same situation is here. Marketplace is Kaspi will, to my mind, Kaspi will create attain their clients. That would be great. Even that there are phones and find headphones, and you will fill the cards later. I agree with you. By the way, we face this problem here after launch. Businessmen don't like to fill the card. Yerzhan found the third pain point in the startup, and I'll give you the startup. At least 3 startups can be pivoted. We came to our logical conclusion, and now I will ask assistants to gather the sheets of pieces of paper. Colleagues, if you need 1 minute, it will be given to you while volunteers are gathering pieces of paper. I want to come back. Our cameraman said, we took a photo of an empty platform when I said that international technological company invests not only separate startups, but directly into venture fund, Aslan Fund, White Hue Capital, and Timur Sholigan, CEO Yandex Kazakhstan. You're welcome on the stage for this memorable picture. Thank you very much. Give you a round of applause and give a round of applause to yourself that you stayed until the end of the forum. The most interesting things will be when we will wrap up. And I want to express my gratitude to our informational partners, Airten Media, Digital Media, Zetech, Trilogy, Startup Course, .com, and of course special partners are Astana Hub, Yandex Kazakhstan, Yandex Cloud, and Almaty Hub. Thank you for your support and highlighting and all these things. Thank you for your presence. Give your applauses while we wait the results. If you want to ask a question, you can ask about startup to our members of jury. While you're preparing questions, dear members of jury, share your expertise, share your experience about this fintech battle. Oscar, let's start from you. You can start from your place. You can sit. Frankly speaking, since a long time I've been working in a venture company and MDS. Our company raise indicate growing fintech in Kazakhstan. They have a very good founders and startups. I didn't know a few people from here. I see the quality and content of startups and understanding and comprehension. And founders are seasoned entrepreneurs, and it's a very cool event. Congratulations on the strategic partnership. Thank you, partner Timur, for the faith, for this trust. Thank you, Oscar. Who else? Asem, you're welcome. I want to highlight one topic everybody noticed. We had only one lady. Perhaps it's a more commentary. I don't mean let's check a mandate for the ladies, and we have members, ladies in jury. I want to create a message, dear ladies, don't be afraid, take a part in the battles and make startups, take part in the similar initiatives, because and the Fintech was successful. We had a closed VIP dinner with all ladies leaders in Fintech industry. We have a Kazakhstani phenomenon. We talk about it in all the global phenomena. And in Kazakhstan, we have the ladies, a lot of them, starting from regulator and payments system and financial industry. And we want this leader chain will go on and will go on in technical entrepreneurship, so we could see more and more ladies in fintech. Don't be afraid. Go on the stage, go on the platform. We have a growing supportive community. Please pay attention, ladies. We have a lot of opportunities here as females. Thank you very much, Sam. It's a very important notification. It's a boost and motivation for the girls to be active today. Please tell me about, do you need time for calculation? Okay, we need time. If audience doesn't have a question, then our super smart jury has an opportunity to make a pitch on our event. We have 1 minute in the elevator. It seems like it's easier to be on the stage, but they struggle with their worries. And if you want to test a startup, you have 1 minute and the floor will be yours. You're welcome. I will hand this over. It wasn't in this scenario. Now let's support our participants. What do you have? Decorations, reports? you met 10 people in the elevator accidentally, and every one of them is capable to invest in you or at least to support you. I will 1 minute. Hello, my name is Yasor Lopez. I'm KBTU. I want to promote this startup. Osunda, it's a digitalization of tourism in Kazakhstan. It doesn't have to do with a fintech. In Asia, in the Eastern Asia, they have application clock, and capitalization is more than 1 billion US dollars, and digitalization of tourism and recreation in Kazakhstan lags behind in comparison with the standards of Europe and the US. We need a digitalization, we need a tool. So these people, organizations who are competing couldn't seize us and our market in the Central Asians while they are not here. We need to create our digital product in order to okay, 10th stage. There are investors who wanted to talk with you. Do you want a booking, or there are a lot of things to digitize in tourism? Clock, it will be a kind of a replica of a clock. We have application of clock in Asia. Its capitalization is more than 1 billion USD. Is it a booking? It's not a booking. Booking is a renting of something. Is it experience? Yes, it is. In this application, you will buy tours. Okay, a newcomer, a student of. Okay, Kaspeka created this. We will be protected from the other competing organizations from abroad. You will come into this product when you wanted to go on vacation. Would you invest in this product? No, I wouldn't invest it. You can buy, for instance, some things like when you want to ride a horse in the mountains. It's a marketplace. Once again, it's a very expensive to make. You want to spend a lot of money in order to attract users, and it's a very expensive. It's if you are interested in this area like tourism, you need to look through the other verticals. What about CRM for hotels or for guides? They do exist, and this does exist. You need to find a niche. You have will be easier entrance in order to achieve a less threshold. Thank you for the feedback. A lift reached its floor. I don't want to present it's like a problem. Thank you for not to be shy. You're brave today. Alijan, what about SMS? About ideas. Okay, we signed it. We entertained with you a little bit. Let's go to a solemn part. Please turn on the music.
Okay, colleagues, I would like to announce 2 awards, and then I will hand it over to our jury. The first special awards from Nagma, the possibility to launch BOC with Uzbekistan. For the award, we would like to invite Maxim Prokhorov to the stage, the founder of the company. Hello everyone, thank you very much for such an outstanding event. Especially I'd like to note Aslan Sultanov, who promotes such event in the industry and the fintech industry. There were four interesting startups. They were difficult to choose from, but I hope those startups will contribute very well the market. So our prize goes to partner pay company, which helps you pay guys, especially the self-employed guys on the territory of Uzbekistan. This market is emerging, and within the bank, we will help you to deliver the pilot. Yeah, you were right by mentioning your mission at the end. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we move on. That was the third place, and then we move on the second place. Uh, uh, the second place is the possibility to speak at a demo day, which will take place on November 20 in Dubai. And I'd like to invite Thanatos Kimbayev, Managing Director, Astana Hub, to the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you all. So I would like to tell you about the program itself. I'm Tanat, I'm the Managing Director of Astana Hub. Next week we will have the demo day, the acceleration program that we deliver together with Whitehill. Recently we announced the opening of the fund in Dubai, and there are 8 startups from our region that are about to complete the acceleration program, 4 from Kazakhstan and 4 from Uzbekistan. And on that demo day, there will be many investors from MENA region, and the startup will have a chance to introduce their product and probably to get the investments. And this project is FF Fusion. Yeah, Fun Fusion. Congratulations. So now I would like to turn to the grant of 6 million tenge to the cloud services. And now I would like to invite Timur Shalikin of CEO Yandex Kazakhstan. And thank you very much. That was an excellent opportunity to listen to the project, to listen to the information, because we have a very wealthy future of the joint work and life. And now I'd like to invite. I was thinking like whom this project can be very beneficial for. I personally think that for AI agents represent a bright future. That's why our grant goes to Plus Gazette. And we really hope that it will help you see what kind of technologies are being sold and how to sell them better. And I believe those agents would also appear in your country. Thank you. Thank you. And now the drum should sound. The first place is grant for 50,000 investments from Whitehill Capital. And now I'd like to invite Samayeva Zhanartru Gambetova, the chairman of the National Payment Corporation, Kazakhstan, Aslan Sultanov, managing director and CEO of Whitehill Capital. I'd like to thank everyone for such a great and bright end of today's event. I'd like to thank the viewers. I'd like to thank the teams. And in my turn, I'd like to admire the teams because I see that all of you are young and bright, and I'm really proud that all those teams have this pride of dealing with startups and businesses. It's always risky, and I really wonder, and I really admire your success. And let this event to be for the ones who haven't born, to feel this event as a motivation to accomplish your projects and go until the end. Let this project be motivation for the ones who will never stop and make your projects even better. I'd like to hand it over to you. I'd like to thank the organizers first for outstanding event. The matter of fact, the industry is very small. It's very young. The venture funds industry. That's why the involvement of the central bank, AIFC regulators, the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, and Astana Hub are really important. Yeah, indeed, this victory, this win is the journey, is the beginning of the journey. Even if you lose, you can always be motivated for the success. I think the company should go through the diligence and the investment committee, and the ASEAN is the first place. Congratulations. Please don't go, please. So, meanwhile, our finalist shares his emotions. I'd like to invite all the jury members of Startup to take the stage. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank for the ones who supported our social semi-financial project, and our interests coincide with the interest of the jury members. Thank you very much. Please stand until the end, and you're all invited to the stage for the memorable photo. Ladies and gentlemen, on that, the Fintech Starts battle is officially over. I'd like to thank the guests, the partners. This is not a mere chance that we are called Fintech in the region because of such events, or thanks to such events that find outstanding solutions and help startups find their investors. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the participants of our forum. We had very rich days of Fintech Star Summit. which comes to the end. We were witnessing how fintech industry of the region shapes a new architecture where people, trust, and technologies are in the same line. I'd like to thank our speakers, moderators, panelists, and of course you, the participants, for your energy and your contribution to this dialogue. Thank you very much. We would also like to congratulate everyone on the day of the national currency tenge, and I would also like to congratulate you on the upcoming day of Financer. I'd like to wish you every success and see you on Central Asia FinTech Summit 2026. See you next time. Central Asia FinTech Summit 2026. I would like